Welcome to Sally Fox Audiobook, Chapter 111 to 143. Flogging Little Brothers, Hotrasai is about to lose it, a devil. 1163 words. As Hotrasai lay there pretending to be dead, hoping to survive until night left, footsteps approached. Then, he heard the familiar voice of the devil himself. Night said casually. Look at this, seems there's still a noble left alive here. Can someone help me wake him up? At his command, several excited retired soldiers eagerly stepped forward to respond. After all, they had been completely won over by Knight's power and were now eager to impress him. Knight selected one soldier at random and ordered, start with 10 lashes. If he faints again, give him another 10. Focus on the most sensitive parts of the body. Hit him where it hurts the most. The soldier's face lit up with excitement at the prospect. He had never in his life had the chance to whip a noble. What a rare opportunity this was. Sensitive spots, painful places? While the soldier wasn't sure where these might be on a woman, when it came to men, his gaze instinctively fell towards the sensitivity. At that moment, lying on the ground, Hotrasai's heart seized with panic. His little brother suddenly felt a cold chill, and he peeked through barely opened eyes to see the large, grinning soldier staring at his crotch with a whip in hand. Stop. Hotrasai realized he couldn't keep up the charade any longer. This was a nightmare, his enemy was a devil. Suddenly, he scrambled up, not daring to fully stand, and cried out in terror to Lista Knight. Stop. Call him off. I surrender. I surrender. However, his plea came too late. Smack. As soon as he stood, the soldier's whip lashed out, landing squarely on Hotrasai's groin. Aha! A scream, like a pig being slaughtered, echoed across the square. The Roman citizens watching couldn't help but wince, feeling a chill run down their spines. Damn! That was horrifying. What man could endure such an attack? Damn you! You filthy peasant! Hotrasai cursed in agony. Peasant, is it? Knight's face darkened. Keep whipping. Enraged by the insult, the retired soldier's expression hardened, and he tightened his grip on the whip. Having endured decades of military life, these veterans had no patience for such insults, especially after years of scraping by in the streets of Rome. In these harsh times, even as a lowly thug, you needed to be ruthless to survive. With Lista Knight leading them, the retired soldiers felt free to unleash their full fury. Smack. I'll kill you. My balls. Hotrasai screamed. Smack. Aha. The Senate won't spare you. You're all going to die. You'll pay for this with your lives. Smack. Whoa. Smack. Another vicious strike fell, and the onlookers swore they heard a crack as if something fragile had shattered. Finally, the man collapsed, unable to endure any longer. His earlier bravado was gone within moments as he broke down in tears, snot dripping from his face. Stop. Please, no more. It hurts too much, I beg you. If this continues, I won't ever be able to use my weapon again. He cried out, trembling in pain. The excruciating agony made him realize how hopeless the situation was. The strikes were always aimed precisely at his most sensitive area, causing unbearable pain. At that moment, all sense of noble pride vanished as Hotrasai, a young aristocrat, knelt before a mere commoner, pleading for mercy. What could be more humiliating? But faced with physical torment, he had no choice but to yield. Unlike hardened soldiers or strong slaves, his pampered body had never been tested by the brutalities of the battlefield. His delicate skin couldn't endure the lashes. Especially the constant targeting of his most vulnerable part. After all, even a hero would struggle to endure such a blow, and no amount of physical training could prepare a man for that kind of pain. Yet, although he had surrendered, and the retired soldier paused to look toward Knight for further instruction, the latter's next words chilled Hotrasai to the bone. The 10 lashes aren't done yet. Why are you stopping? Continue. What? Hotrasai's mind raced in panic. Are you even human? I've already surrendered, and you still want to keep whipping me? As he glanced at the soldier, who was at first stunned but then smiled with perverse excitement, he let out a scream and immediately passed out from the fear. However, another whip cracked through the air, landing with a loud smack on his already broken body. With an even more painful, blood-curdling cry, Hotrasai's bloodshot eyes snapped open. In a weakened, desperate voice, he screamed hysterically. I can help you. I can tell you anything you want to know, any information. Just stop. Please stop. I'm still useful. As soon as those words left his mouth, Knight raised his hand, signaling the soldier to halt the whipping. Though Knight was ruthless in battle, he wasn't someone who enjoyed torturing people. If someone was an enemy, he preferred a swift kill, sending them to meet their fate. But whenever he thought about the actions of these people in history, he felt completely justified in tormenting them. Historically, when Tiberius Gracchus sought to continue his reforms by running for re-election as tribune, he persuaded a large number of citizens to support him. He promised to shorten military service, strip the Senate of its right to serve as jurors, and grant Roman citizenship to allies. Many citizens even brought clubs to protect him. Tiberius himself wore mourning clothes, preparing to die if his reforms failed. And his foresight proved correct. On the day of the election, Tiberius was betrayed by his cousin, Publius Scipio Nasica, a former Roman consul and the current high priest. With immense influence, Publius accused Tiberius of having ambitions to become king, to seize the Roman crown. The Senate, spurred by his accusations, stormed the election site on Capitol Hill with their private soldiers. They attacked and killed anyone they saw with Tiberius, and Tiberius himself was beaten to death by the Senate. The assembly was forced to end. In total, over 300 of Tiberius's supporters, including those outside the gathering, were slaughtered. Their bodies were thrown into the Tiber River, and their families were not allowed to retrieve them. The Senate later purged reformists, exiling or executing them. Even though some of Tiberius's policies were later implemented, the Gracchi brothers were forever branded as criminals of Rome, forever shamed. The Senate continued to benefit from Tiberius's laws while denying the justice of his cause, preventing people from even commemorating him with statues. The Roman Senate was capable of committing such shameful acts. Though it was impossible to say whether all Roman nobles were wicked, the ones involved in this current treachery, especially those repeating history's crimes, were without a doubt the worst. Perhaps this very guy standing before him was one of those who would have done the same in history. Thinking this, Knight almost felt like whipping him a few more times. Chapter 112, Did you really think this was Roman LA in a slapstick comedy? 1,188 words. Tell me everything you know, Knight said coldly, his voice leaving no room for compromise. Right here, in front of everyone, speak loudly and tell us everything. He made no attempt to hide the interrogation from the crowd. There was nothing more convincing than getting a noble to confess in public. Nothing could lend more credibility than publicly exposing a noble's secrets in front of the masses. It would be like a notarized truth witnessed by the people, undeniable once revealed, unless every faction in Rome conspired to cover it up. But with the uproar surrounding Tiberius's reforms and election, and with all of Rome watching, it wouldn't be so easy to hide or dismiss the matter. This wasn't some corrupt police department in 1928 Los Angeles. In the future, a true case would occur in the United States where a child was kidnapped, and when the single mother reported her missing son, the police delayed the search, claiming not enough time had passed. When they finally found a boy, it wasn't her son. Despite the mother insisting the boy wasn't hers and that his height, appearance, circumcision, and even dental records were all different, the Los Angeles police forced her to accept him. When she resisted, they labeled her insane and institutionalized her. The corruption was so blatant that it later inspired a movie about the case. If the Roman Senate could wield power as violently and corruptly as the Los Angeles police of that era, then Knight would admit defeat. But he doubted it would come to that. Worst case, he'd change his strategy, shift from peaceful reform to violent revolution. If necessary, he could restart by wiping out the Senate and starting over. One way or another, there was always a path forward. At that moment, Hotrasai, terrified of being whipped again, began spilling everything he knew as fast as he could. He revealed the Senate's rage during their discussions after Knight's departure and how they openly plotted to deal with and eventually kill Tiberius. The truth shook the gathered Roman citizens to their core. How dare they? The crowd's shock quickly turned to fury as more of the truth came to light. Just because Tiberius threatens their interests, they think they can kill him without reason? Where's the justice in Rome? What happened to Roman law? What happened to fairness? Damn it. I knew these nobles were all rotten. Well, except for Lord Lista and the Gracchi brothers, of course. They're the exceptions. Hotrasai continued, explaining how the agrarian law proposed by Knight and Tiberius had enraged the Senate. Many nobles with large estates had become hostile toward them. Even those senators who initially supported Tiberius's reforms began to turn against him. There were three key figures at the heart of this opposition. The first was the head of the Pompey family, whose personal humiliation after his failed election bid, thanks to Knight, had turned him into a bitter enemy. The Pompey family had since become Gracchi's sworn foes. The second was Tiberius's own cousin, Publius Cornelius Scipio Nasica Serapio, a man of significant influence and power. The third was Marcus Octavius, a fellow tribune of the plebs. Marcus Octavius was somewhat predictable, given his noble background and natural allegiance to the landowner class. He had even gone so far as to publicly state in the Senate that he would veto any reforms Tiberius proposed, using his power as a tribune to block Tiberius's laws. This earned Octavius praise from the Senate, as a tribune's veto carried significant weight. However, if Tiberius managed to convene a plebeian assembly, Marcus's veto power would become irrelevant. In truth, Marcus wasn't a major threat. While his opposition was clear, he lacked the real combat strength to back it up. However, Publius Cornelius Scipio Nasica, the second name on the list, was the most unexpected and the most dangerous. He was family, after all, and Tiberius never imagined his own cousin would betray him so thoroughly. No. How could Publius, my cousin, turn against me? Tiberius exclaimed in disbelief, walking down from the platform as Hotrasai revealed the name. His voice trembled with shock and confusion. Ha! In the Senate, your dear cousin is the one shouting the loudest against you, Hotrasai replied with a bitter sneer. He's the one stirring up the other senators, claiming that you, Tiberius, are trying to become emperor of Rome, using the guise of reform to win the people's support. He calls you nothing but a power-hungry, ambitious tyrant. Now that Hotrasai had spilled the truth, knowing there was no turning back, he said everything with reckless abandon, not even holding back his mocking tone. Why? Tiberius murmured, his voice hollow and full of disbelief. Although he had anticipated that his reforms would make him many enemies, that opposition from the Senate and powerful interests would make his journey difficult, but he never imagined that his own family, someone as close as his cousin, would be leading the charge against him. He could barely fathom the idea that the one who was most vocal in opposing him was his own blood. Tiberius might have been able to accept family members opposing him because of conflicting interests, but for Publius to lead the opposition? That was a betrayal that left him cold and heartbroken. As he stood there, dazed, he recalled a conversation he had with Knight shortly after becoming tribune. The latter had taken him aside and warned him to be cautious of those around him. Could he have foreseen this betrayal even then? If Knight had told him outright that his cousin Publius would betray him, Tiberius would never have believed it. But now, with Hotrasai's harsh words confirming the betrayal and remembering Knight's earlier warning, it all became clear to him. Why would he do this? Tiberius asked, his voice tinged with sadness and confusion. Hotrasai shrugged, feigning surprise. I couldn't say. Maybe you should ask yourself that question. Did you do something to offend your dear cousin? Tiberius, still reeling from the revelation, felt utterly lost. If he knew what he had done wrong, he wouldn't have been so shocked. Knight finally spoke up, his calm voice breaking the tension. It's not that surprising, really. Though the Gracchi and Scipio families have had close ties, there have been underlying tensions. Your father had a disagreement with the elder Scipio during a political matter, and that created a rift between the two families. Tiberius stared at Knight, trying to grasp the full implications of what he was hearing. You may have had a good relationship with the younger Scipio, but that doesn't mean the entire Scipio family can be trusted, Knight continued. At the very least, your cousin Publius clearly cannot be trusted. And if you were to die, he would stand to benefit greatly from your death. Tiberius's face paled. How would he benefit? Knight's expression remained calm but serious. For one, you recently purchased a piece of land that Publius wanted, causing him to lose 500 sestertii in the deal. If you were to die, that land would likely return to him. What? Chapter 113, Knight, did I kill a noble? People, no, they were obviously thugs. 1,177 words. Is that a simple reason? Tiberius opened his mouth in disbelief and muttered, his face full of shock. He also remembered this matter at this time. Even he himself had almost forgotten that he had such a conflict with the other party in his early years. He didn't know how Knight knew it so clearly. But at the moment, Tiberius was in a state of confusion and had no mood to think about such a problem. The only thing he cared about was that his cousin was so cruel as to instigate the Senate to kill him just because of a piece of land. It's that simple. Why, isn't this reason sufficient enough? Knight shook his head inwardly, feeling that Tiberius was still too naive. Born in a Roman aristocratic family, they were influenced by various powers since childhood, and it was not uncommon for brothers to fight each other for power and profit. Not everyone is as upright, passionate, courageous, and fearless as the Gracchus brothers. Most nobles are greedy, obsessed with profit and power. Because of this, they are extremely ambitious and look at others with their own ideas and tinted views, suspecting that everyone is the same as them. Once they seize the opportunity, they want to control Rome and become the new dictator and uncrowned king of Rome. Why are the elders in the Senate so panicked? At least half of the reason was that they were afraid Tiberius would gain too much power. In Rome, even the consuls, except for those as powerful as Caesar, were mostly just heads of the Senate. Although the consuls can make some suggestions, whether they are adopted depends entirely on the vote of the Senate. Except in times of war, in normal Rome, the supreme consul was just a symbolic figure, and the Senate was the one that truly held the power of life and death. When you want to share the supreme authority in their hands, they will naturally be unhappy. Now, I don't think we are yet to the point where we are sad for a white-eyed wolf. Tiberius. If you feel pain, unacceptable, and incomprehensible, then you should stand up. It's time for us to take action and call on the people. If you still have any doubts, go to your cousin and ask him in person. Maybe you can open his chest and see whether the heart inside is black or red, Knight reminded him. Tiberius took a deep breath. Although he felt extremely pained, he still accepted this fact. I understand. Tiberius' eyes became firm again, and he was about to say something else. Hotrace suddenly said, Can you let me go now? I've already said everything. Knight, I never said I would let you go. When Hotrace heard this desperate statement from Knight's mouth, he suddenly became emotional. Damn it. Lista, are you really going to kill us all? No, you can't do this. Killing a noble is a serious crime in Rome. You will be sentenced to death and sent to the gallows. However, Knight said in a louder voice, I'm sorry, I didn't see any nobles in front of me. I only saw a group of thugs who suddenly appeared at the sacred tribune speech meeting and attacked civilians. I have reason to suspect that this is a group of spies from the enemy country. In order to protect the safety of the citizens and our Rome, I feel it is necessary to completely eliminate the evil here. What? This familiar feeling immediately made Hotrace anxious. Wasn't this just the excuse they used when they wanted to take action against Tiberius before? However, when he wanted to say something, Knight had already pierced his throat with a sword. In the end, Hotrace died with a look of resentment on his face. Since they are enemies, the best thing to do is to eradicate them completely. After what happened today and the humiliation, if he unfortunately let Hotrace go back, this man would certainly take revenge on them. Rather than waiting for that time, it was better to strike first. That night, he asked loudly, Does anyone see any nobles here besides him and Tiberius? Those who were inspired had already knelt down and loudly praised Knight for his heroic act of saving them from the mob. Where are the nobles here? They are just a bunch of enemy thugs who have infiltrated Rome. Even if there are one or two with special identities among them, they must be spies from other countries, or they have already had secret communications with hostile forces from other nations. You have to know that Hotrasai had ordered his men to attack them, the civilians, without mercy before, and the anger and fear in people's hearts have not completely dissipated. If Hotrasai were still alive, as nobles, they might not dare to seek revenge or take action, but they would also feel extremely aggrieved, and it would be impossible for them not to bear grudges in their hearts. But when Knight killed that man, people were immediately delighted, and they wholeheartedly approved of this and spontaneously covered for Knight. Time passed quickly, and a few days later. By the time the assassination occurred in the town along the Tiber River, it had already fermented and spread throughout Rome. More and more Romans heard the terrible and absurd rumor. Because Hotrasai exposed the scandals and calculations of the Senate in front of countless people, and under the guidance of someone with ulterior motives, he actually ordered his soldiers to spread public opinion everywhere at night. Soon more and more people became angry and could not stand the scandal in the Senate and began to protest. The whole of Rome was in an uproar. Especially after knowing what happened before, blood had been shed, resulting in many civilian casualties. The Romans were immediately outraged. They united to protest and march in the streets, demanding that the Senate give a reasonable explanation and even ban those evil practices. A senator who once spoke ill of Listaria, Tiberius, and others. Especially Publius, Tiberius' cousin, this vicious man who has no family affection and even kills his own cousin, deserves the punishment he deserves. Under pressure, the senators finally panicked this time. Soon, even the powerful Scipio family chose to abandon Publius Scipio Nasica. Now that he no longer had the protection of his family, the Senate no longer had to worry about the Scipio family problem and directly put all the blame on Publius. They announced the trial of Publius, stripped him of his status as tribune, banned him from politics for life, and exiled him to the bitter cold of Rome. When the senators announced this in the assembly, Publius, Tiberius' cousin, almost went crazy. "No, you can't do this to me. Damn it, assassinating Tiberius wasn't just my opinion. Everyone here clearly agreed to it." Publius' eyes turned red as he roared madly at each elder in the hall, shaking with panic. Chapter 114, Please ask the elders of the Senate to move, the lawless Lista. 1,210 words. Being stripped of his status as tribune was an unacceptable blow to the power-hungry Publius. The senators actually want to exile me. In Roman history, how many exiled people were able to return to the center of Roman politics? Not to mention that he was directly deprived of his political rights for life, and these are not even the most terrifying things. Once he became a commoner and was exiled, though he still carried the name of the Scipio family, as a nobleman he was probably worse off than a commoner. At this time, all of Rome was filled with angry people who regarded him as a vicious man and were disgusted by him. He would be torn to pieces by the angry people. Still, the elders simply ignored his resistance. The protest is futile. Publius' trial will be carried out immediately. You are no longer a tribune of Rome. This is the result after all the elders voted. The results of your trial will then be announced to the entire Roman state. No. In the end, Publius was dragged out. In order to protect themselves, the senators attempted to use him to quell public anger, and if that was not enough, they would also label another tribune who had a rift with Tiberius as a criminal. As long as they could protect themselves, everything would be fine. However, when the results of Publius' trial were announced to the public, something that caused headaches and panic for the senators soon occurred again. The people did not buy it, or rather, Knight, who had already guessed that the Senate would sacrifice pawns to save kings, had no intention of letting these old guys go. He enabled many people to guide public opinion. Even when voices such as "the Senate is dirty," "the Senate nobles are all evil," "the nobles' words cannot be trusted at all" kept appearing among the crowd. The people's emotions were becoming increasingly aroused and they were very excited. And finally, seeing a large number of Roman citizens crowding at the doors of the Senate meeting hall, many senators were now afraid to go out. Under normal circumstances, a group of ordinary Roman civilians would not be taken seriously by many senators in the Senate. Under their power, even powerful small landowners and merchants were terrified when they saw them, for fear of offending the Senate, the highest administrative body in Rome. But now all of Rome was filled with angry protests, and the situation had reached a point where even the senators' safety could not be protected without using the army to suppress it. The active Roman troops led by Scipio the Younger were either fighting on the front lines, meaning they were completely unable to return for support. The garrison troops in Rome alone were simply unable to resist the surging populace. Just when the elders were getting furious and were even preparing to use their private soldiers again. However, outside the Senate meeting hall, a lot of noise suddenly reached the ears of many senators. It turned out that Knight had led many retired soldiers and previously conquered private soldiers to surround the Senate. When many elders heard the news, they were terrified. Some elders hid in the hall and shouted outside. "What are you going to do, Lysta Knight? Are you planning to lead the people in a rebellion?" However, Knight ignored the other party and led his men to force their way into the Senate hall. That night, Knight kicked open the door of the hall. The elders hiding behind were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. At this time, Knight had already rushed in with many retired soldiers, and immediately surrounded the hall. At this moment, the nobles in the Senate finally felt the terror of a situation that was no longer under their control. Damn it. Lysta Knight, you actually brought soldiers into the sacred Senate meeting hall. You actually keep private soldiers, you are openly violating Roman law. What are you doing? Who allowed you to break in here? Do you want to follow this man in rebellion? Put down your weapons, soldiers. Are you going to crucify yourselves on the Roman pillar? If we step back now, we can still pretend that nothing happened. Asshole Lysta. You are a sinner who endangers the safety and stability of all Rome. You are a commoner who inherited the title of a small fallen noble, and you think you can rule Rome? A group of people immediately started cursing, using their anger to give themselves courage. However, Knight ignored the insults from these people and just smiled, making a gesture of invitation. Private soldier? No, I don't have the guts to break the law like some pigs. And I can't afford to support so many soldiers. These were retired Roman soldiers who had gathered together spontaneously after hearing about many ugly incidents. We swear before the 12 sacred gods that we will defend the last glory of Rome, eliminate all evil and filth, and bring the real criminals to justice. The people are waiting outside, and we believe that the current Senate has been corrupted and can no longer make fair judgments on behalf of Rome. So it is time to reintroduce the Hortensian law and call a plebeian assembly. Civilian assembly? The hearts of many elders were pounding. After planning for so long, Knight finally began to show his fangs. Before, they had control over the army and the people's hearts, so they could easily prevent a civilian assembly. Even with the existence of the Hortensius law, would the civilians dare to trust them and tell the truth? Reforms without the backing of the army would inevitably face a devastating blow from the Senate. But now it was different. Stimulated by the bloodshed on the Tiber River, Tiberius kept giving speeches everywhere, exposing the darkness of Rome. Although they seemed to be just a few trivial things, they were enough to become the fuse that ignited Rome. Rome's flaws had always existed. The people had been oppressed for a long time and would explode sooner or later. It might even lead to a civil war in the future. And Knight at this moment just triggered this conflict ahead of time. Even though they were well prepared, many veterans couldn't even save themselves. They did have many private soldiers under their command and even armies in other city-states under their control. But distant water cannot quench an incoming fire. A large part of this outbreak was caused by the struggle for interests within the army and the soldiers. Most soldiers were unwilling to stand on the side of the Senate. Not to mention those who simply pretended to be dead and turned a blind eye, like Scipio the Younger. Please come in. That night, Knight ordered the soldiers to forcibly drag those elders who were unwilling to participate in the so-called civilian assembly out of the hall one by one, making them face the light of day. When a ray of sunlight from the sky above Rome shone on the old faces of the senators, the people could clearly see the resistance and fear on their faces. Chapter 115 Elder, Soldier. Protect me. Soldier, protect you MMP. 1153 words. Crazy. This man is absolutely crazy. The elders never dreamed that today's situation would come to pass. They used to be so untouchable, like the 5 elder stars of the celestial dragons, standing at the top of the empire and doing whatever they wanted, enjoying great glory. They had the power to veto even the opinions of Rome's highest consuls. Countless wealthy businessmen and landlords knelt before them and kissed the backs of their feet, while the common people were not even qualified to kiss them. But today, they were being forcibly subdued by a group of civilian soldiers and dragged out of the sacred conference hall like prisoners. Their noble manners, pride, and dignity seemed to have disappeared in an instant. They were held by the soldiers, struggling and roaring with red faces. Due to their backgrounds, they couldn't even utter a few vulgar words. But for retired soldiers who had been scraping by on the streets for years after retirement, this level of insult was nothing more than a drizzle. They didn't care at all, and were even excited at the chance to use force against the top nobles with their own hands. Grass. It's so satisfying, isn't it? These were the senators of the Senate. In the past, just looking at them from afar would make them nervous, for fear of offending the high-ranking nobles. If they dared to so much as harm them a little, civilians would likely be so scared they would consider suicide on the spot. But now, these nobles were being picked up and captured like chickens. After following night, seeing blood all along the way, and even personally executing a young noble, many soldiers had become much braver, as if they had released the devils in their hearts. The once supreme Roman aristocrats before them now looked impotent and furious, and to the soldiers, it seemed that this was just the natural order of things. The image of gods in their minds had collapsed. It turned out that when the senators of the Senate faced the riots of thousands of Roman people, they could be reduced to such an embarrassing situation. One soldier who enjoyed humiliating others even looked at a well-preserved elderly nobleman with delicate skin and just went up and slapped the other man's butt. The elder, who had been shouting that these evil soldiers should be punished by law, widened his eyes and his neck turned even redder. This naked humiliation. How could he tolerate it? You dirty pariah. I'm sorry, Mr. Unknown Elder, my friend was just playing a little joke on you. But, did I hear you call him a pariah? What vulgar words. It's hard to believe that such language would come from the mouth of a senator in the Democratic and Republican Roman Senate. In your eyes, are all the civilians present here the untouchables you mentioned? Suddenly, the people who had been waiting outside for so long became even more excited and angry at Knight's words. Some of the higher-ups even shouted that the elder should be executed. It seemed the rumors were true. These Roman upper-class senators had long been corrupt. They enjoyed the wealth their husbands, brothers, and nephews earned by fighting on the front lines, bred corruption, and made the people pay for it, forcing them to endure miserable lives. The poor's hatred of the rich, coupled with the influence of rumors, led many civilians dissatisfied with their lives to blame all their suffering on the Senate. Even civilians with relatively normal lives couldn't help but blame the Senate for trivial dissatisfactions. If the Senate had not embezzled a large amount of wealth, surely their lives would be much better than they are now, right? As expected, it was all the Senate's fault. As the situation escalated, it seemed likely that this could turn into a full-blown Roman uprising. The elders looked at the surging crowd before them, and even the old-time senators who had kept their composure until now began to panic. Suddenly, a powerful senator spotted a group of Roman soldiers maintaining public order. He noticed these soldiers were not retired but were clearly dressed as Roman defenders. He shouted, "What are you still doing? Soldier! Come and protect us and get us out of here." When the other elders saw the city's defending army, a hint of hope flashed in their eyes. That was a relief. There had been no one to help them until now. When the Roman regular army arrived, they would surely capture and punish this devil, Listonite. At the very least, they could help the senators escape before these people turned violent. The senators never imagined they would be blocked by the people in their own stronghold, the Roman capital. If they could just return to their families and mobilize their private armies, they had 100 ways to make Listonite's life miserable. However, When the elders called for help, the soldiers outside seemed to have heard something, but only glanced back briefly before pretending not to see anything and continuing to maintain public order. This scene immediately gave the elders a bad feeling. One of the senators had an idea and immediately offered a large sum as a reward for anyone willing to help him escape. But no one took him up on the offer. It turned out that long before this popular riot, Knight had already contacted the defense forces in the Roman city and brought their current leader into his camp. Roman soldiers' salaries were notoriously low, and they were not treated as people at all. Knight had sent people to find the relatives of civilian officers, who weren't living well, and persuaded them to support him. He then informed the soldiers of the benefits they would receive in the future after the reforms were completed with him. It was like forming unions in later times, uniting soldiers and giving them a voice. The soldiers were not foolish, they knew who to support. As for the bribes offered by the elders at this moment, there were always greedy individuals, but who would dare to help the Senate in this tense atmosphere? With rioting people, retired soldiers, and even their comrades watching closely, who would dare to risk disgrace and side with the Senate? Even if a Greek hero were resurrected, he would be unable to help these elders. When they realized the soldiers seemed to have been won over and were no longer on their side, the elders' expressions became ferocious. Crazy. So crazy. These lunatics. The people were crazy, the soldiers were crazy. Even the elders themselves were going mad. They saw at least 1,000 people glaring at them, their eyes wild with anger, roaring and shouting as though they wanted to tear the elders to pieces. The intensity of the crowd's fury even caused these seasoned leaders to feel a chill. Chapter 116, Salute with your left hand to praise God, salute with your right hand to declare war. 1,160 words. Listenight, unless you really intend to oppose the entire country of Rome, now order your people to let us go. There is still room for negotiation. You wouldn't dare to kill us. If you attack us, have you considered how you'll handle the wrath of the families behind us? An elder suddenly calmed down and spoke coldly to Knight in the front. After hearing the elder's words, many of the other elders gradually regained their confidence and composure. That's right. Since Knight doesn't dare to kill them, there's nothing to fear. Even if the people riot, this man will protect them instead. Don't be intimidated by what's happening before you. It's all an illusion. Even if Lysta Knight doesn't understand the terrifying power of the forces behind us, doesn't Tiberius Gracchus and others understand? Many old nobles even mocked Knight for rising up at night, feeling he was no match for their seasoned tactics. They saw him as a commoner turned noble, one unworthy of their respect, especially after this complete fallout between them. However, I appreciate your stubbornness. I hope you can continue to be just as stubborn later on. Knight wore a smile on his face, and his confident expression caused some of the calmer, more perceptive elders to sense something was wrong. These clowns think too highly of themselves. They were underestimating the power Knight held in his hands right now. As the elders of the Senate were forced to act, they kept shouting and cursing, frustrated and furious. Finally, the last group was led to the central square of Rome. In front of the familiar 12 statues. Knight's gaze lingered on the statues for a moment. In this place and time, he wondered if the Roman gods could still intervene in the mortal world. But it didn't matter, this was a simulated universe after all. If things went south, he could simply reset and restart, a thought that filled him with confidence. And in the open-air square, a special civilian assembly was about to be held. Because the Senate was present, the scene resembled a citizens' assembly. However, in a true citizens' assembly, civilians had limited say, with only tribunes holding real authority. This assembly at that moment was not so much an invocation of an ancient law used during times of existential crisis. It was more akin to a public trial of the senators, roasting them under the blazing sun. As the midday sun shone on the statues in the square, the radiant sunlight had a significant effect on people's mentality. They seemed to spontaneously feel a sense of justice and courage, inspired by the warmth. Later research would show that exposure to sunlight improves physical and mental well-being, stabilizing emotions, while people who often stay up late experience the opposite effect. Their moods would often become gloomy and irritable. However, the elders had no such relief as they stood under the sunlight. Not only were they not feeling calm, they even felt an urge to curse. The current situation was pure torment for them. Many elders secretly vowed to themselves how they would punish and torture Listenite once they regained control. However, these clowns did not realize at this moment that their threats and confidence in their own safety were completely unfounded. It's truly pathetic. Knight had no intention of indulging these old clowns. The greatest lesson history has taught mankind is to never think that giving in or bowing your head can earn the respect and mercy of your enemies. Submission only emboldens them to be more ruthless. True strength is gained through resistance. When your power instills genuine fear and respect in others, only then will they understand honesty. As everyone followed to the central square, it was as if a magical force calmed everyone's emotions. They knew the civilian assembly, dormant for hundreds of years, was about to be held once again. This was a rare opportunity for people to exercise their rights and fight for their own happiness. The crowd quieted down, and the elders stopped resisting, curious to see what Listenite intended to do. At that moment, in full view, Knight, who had become the tacitly accepted civilian leader, walked slowly to the statue of the 12 gods, raising his gaze to meet the gods' faces. Suddenly he took a deep breath, raised his left hand, and saluted the statues. A left-handed salute to show respect to the gods. If he had saluted with his right hand, it would signify a military salute. In ancient Rome, cavalrymen would raise their visors when meeting on horseback to show their faces, reducing the risk of accidental injury by a fellow Roman. By the 11th century, most knights in European countries had removed their visors, transforming the gesture into a hat tip. The right hand, symbolizing a military salute, was also waved when declaring war, making it somewhat disrespectful in front of the civilians gathered in the central square of Rome. At that moment, Knight wasn't focused on these details. Sometimes, inspiration simply strikes him, and he acted without regard for Roman etiquette, nor did he intend to follow it. It was simply a subconscious gesture that came to him. Lista's simple salute under the sunlight, though not entirely traditional, was natural and dignified. There was a hint of sanctity in the elegance, as if a devoted saint was praying to God, seeking inner peace. Of course, people did not realize that, although Knight might have a God in his heart, that God was probably himself alone. People may pursue spiritual beliefs and seek inner peace, creating an illusory place for their spirits to rest. But this God should never exist in the material world as a tangible entity, nor refer to any specific, powerful person or life form. In the eyes of the Roman citizens watching, Knight at that moment appeared tall, just, and sacred. His natural stance under the sunlight, that single gesture, calmed people's hearts. No one doubted his devotion to the gods at that moment. Such a righteous and kind person surely couldn't be the ambitious figure the Senate claimed, blinded by greed and out to manipulate them. While they were thinking this, they suddenly heard. "Everyone, before holding this meeting, please listen to me." Facing the statue with his back to everyone, Knight suddenly raised his voice. He took 2 deep breaths, then a faint smile spread across his face as he slowly turned to face the eager and confused crowd. All the Roman citizens listened intently, as if they were about to witness a sacred speech. I'm not sure how to say this. In fact, I'm not as eloquent as Tiberius. But these eyes can still see a lot, and now I just want to express what I see. Perhaps these shallow insights can help you and make you more aware of the sacred and undeniable importance of our presence here and of convening a civilian assembly here. Chapter 117, Swear an Oath to the Great God Apollo. 1116 words. I've never been a person of great faith, not at all. But I admire such people. I don't have the courageous and fearless pioneering spirit of the great Roman ancestor Romulus. My own strength is far from enough to protect this changed Rome, so we need more people to have the courage to stand up and walk with us. If our great divine ancestor were here, I think he would probably tell you that the Rome here, the Rome of this era, is not the Rome he once loved and swore to defend. I think he would say that Rome is now more prosperous, powerful, and rich, but at the same time it is also cruel, cold, and narrow-minded. Every time Knight recited a word, his hoarse voice, as sharp and cold as if swallowing a knife, resounded in everyone's hearts, making them tremble. That tangible, knife-like gaze swept across the Roman senators. Every elder caught under his gaze could not help but lower his head, look away, and tremble slightly. They felt that the last few words Knight repeated in an increasingly intense tone were describing them. They knew they were part of what had made Rome so cruel and corrupt. At this time, the elders were already discussing anxiously. Some even shouted at Knight to shut up, to stop speaking. Scaremongering, this is alarmist, our Rome is still bright, strong, and republican. The great god Romulus would never punish. Do you dare to swear before the 12 gods and to our great ancestor Romulus that every word you say is true? If you lie, may you be condemned to hell forever. Knight suddenly took 2 steps forward and shouted at the elder. His expression became as fierce as a roaring lion, his gaze as fierce as a hungry wolf. The elders, confronted with the horrifying oath, immediately fell silent. The Romans still believed in the existence of the gods, and they dared not take such a dire oath, especially involving their revered ancestor Romulus. Swear an oath to the man who founded Rome? No, 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 they knew in their hearts that Rome was not worthy of that, and they didn't have the courage to say otherwise. How could they be unaware of Rome's current state? You, an elder pointed at Knight, his face flushed with frustration. Knight said loudly, I know that the greatness of Rome in the mind of the god ancestor Romulus must be greater than you can imagine. With a broad vision in mind, everyone could express their opinions freely. The elders tried to interrupt. But their voices, even when combined, could not drown out Knight's lone voice. The civilians in attendance also began to stir with agitation. If he saw Rome today, he would surely ask what happened to Rome. In just a few decades, our civilians lost their husbands, fathers, and sons, followed by their families, land, and freedom, the very foundations of their survival. Our free people have gradually become slaves. The soldiers and heroes who fought bravely on the front lines have lost hope and faith in the future. Our army no longer has morale. The Roman army, once invincible, now struggles even to suppress small Spanish rebels or slave uprisings. Is it because they are old? Or is it because they are tired, disillusioned by the darkness of Rome and a lack of hope for the future, that they've lost the will to fight? I think the most urgent task is to awaken the soul and will of Rome. Our army needs a new spirit to be reborn from decay. And this everything begins by ensuring that they receive the respect and treatment they deserve. Answer me, soldiers. Can you tolerate your free souls and the nobility in your hearts being tainted by such corrupt and dirty things? No. 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 When loud, unified roars erupted from countless directions in the central square of Rome. These were the voices of countless retired soldiers, even the Roman guards. As the roar that shook the air and sky penetrated the clouds. In that moment, as this will gathered, a terrifying force began to rise. Knight's pupils suddenly contracted, and his powerful perception once again sensed an astonishing, invisible force gathering from the soldiers and even from the countless Roman citizens who were watching at this time. Finally, it gathered in the sky above the city of Rome, and suddenly the blessing of Apollo within his body began to emit a faint glow. Even the statue of Apollo behind Knight was faintly glowing with a white light, though the light was so subtle that no one noticed. And in the next moment, the will of Rome seemed to have awakened. Momentum truly exists. When the energy of countless life forces clashes, even the weakest individuals, when gathered together in numbers as vast as the stars, can become incomparably huge and powerful. It was not surprising that Knight, with his heightened 5 senses, could feel this shift in momentum, but he also felt something else. It wasn't simply momentum, but the powerful voices of the people and the blessing of Apollo within him that seemed to resonate with the land itself, causing subtle changes. And so, in the next instant, a long-lost feeling arose. Before the plebeian assembly, you delivered a speech in the central forum of Rome. Countless Romans were moved and shamed by your words, and their deepest emotions were stirred. They roared hysterically, expressing their inner resistance. At this moment, there was only one voice and one unified will in everyone's mind. Through the resonance of their thoughts and the faint light of hope radiating from you, a subtle miracle occurred. It was a miracle that shouldn't have been possible in this land where mystery had long faded. Then, in this place, the will of Rome stirred slightly. Blessed by the native spirits, the Roman Earth Mother has turned her gaze upon you. Your actions are revitalizing Rome, causing decayed lands to sprout fresh shoots once more. In recognition, your power has received a new blessing. From now on, when fighting on lands that were once part of the Roman Empire, your base combat strength will multiply several times over. The more powerful the enemy you face, the greater the strength boost you will receive. As long as your feet stand upon Roman soil, you will never fall. You have gained Eternal Roman Continuation EX, granting enhanced immortality on Roman lands, an award for continuing the destiny of Rome. Your heel's vulnerability is currently being corrected, and with sustained activity on Roman soil that has a positive, lasting impact, there is a chance this weakness will be permanently removed. Chapter 118, If you are unworthy of your position, then step down, Lord Archon. 1128 words. What the heck? Everything happened in an instant. After receiving the message from the Black Tower at the simulated universe transfer station, Knight was suddenly shocked. Some people might be confused. A speech that awakened the native Roman will blessing? What kind of miraculous luck is this? Is it Apollo's blessing at work again? Is it shining? Fuck 'em. It turns out that even the land itself has a will, and a simple speech can awaken the spirit of the earth. In the past, Knight could never have dreamed of something like this. But now, thanks to Apollo's blessing, this incredible gift had fallen from the sky. His, the sun god, Knight found himself somewhat in love with this great lord of light. Of course, he simply admired its radiant power. Could this really be the god of light? It must be the god of miracles and luck, right? Please, let more of this good fortune continue. Apollo, my hero. There was a newfound admiration in his heart. It turns out that God truly exists. Bathed in divine grace, under the blessing of the Roman land's will, his fighting power had multiplied several times, and his life force had grown vigorous. Suddenly, his presence had become far more overwhelming. In that moment, Knight suddenly felt that he was truly invincible in this godless age. He knew it was an illusion brought on by the sudden boost in strength. But now, he truly was very strong, very strong. He was so strong that he could probably ignore any threat from the Senate. Even if he returned to the Greek universe, he would be among the top heroes. It was a pity, though, that the source of this power was the bonus from Rome, and it would disappear once he left Roman soil. And at this moment? When the hostile senators in the Senate set their eyes on Knight, they felt an aura as terrifying as the deep sea. It was as if the guillotine was already at their necks, ready to fall at any moment. The sense of danger felt as though their bodies could be torn apart at any second. The elders who had been about to continue speaking angrily suddenly shuddered and swallowed their words. They didn't know what had happened, but something must have changed in that list tonight. The biological instinct to avoid danger caused them to stop their provocative actions. However, it was already too late. Due to the sudden escalation, Knight lost the desire to continue speaking. He simply wanted to push forward with the reforms and said, "I have finished what I want to say." Then, the civilian assembly officially begins. Oh. When Knight spoke those final words, the soldiers and civilians, already empowered by his speech, roared with excitement. Their determination grew even stronger, and they became resolute in their will to win at all costs. At that moment, their roar sounded as though they had already won the final victory. The declaration-like voice of a victor made the elders' expressions turn grim. Then, Knight, on behalf of Tiberius, brought forward the Sempronian law he had referenced in his speech. When he proposed multiple laws to reform Rome in various aspects, economy, military, politics, and more. Each law he announced made the expressions of the senators grow more unpleasant. Finally, when all the laws were read out that night, the common people were called to vote on whether these bills should be implemented in Rome. My dear senators, in Rome, everyone is free and equal, with the right to speak and vote. I think your participation is essential at such an important moment. I hope you will actively cast your precious votes now and set a good example for everyone. I trust you will not disappoint the people. Is this why you've brought us here? Listen, Knight, your plan will fail. You lunatic, the Senate will never recognize the fairness or validity of this vote, the current Roman consul shouted angrily. Many civilians in the square turned to glare at him. What did he mean by that? Was he implying that, as Roman commoners and citizens, they were unqualified to vote on laws that would affect them all? Fairness? Ha 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 ha, my dear consul, Rome's original laws were made by the common people. Even now, we're simply exercising our rights under the Hortensian law. I don't believe there is any unfairness. Instead, you lie openly before the 12 gods and ignore our ancient and sacred laws. Aren't you ashamed of your actions? If you disregard Roman law, then you are unworthy of your position as Roman consul. As Knight responded with sharp words, the consul turned pale with anger and roared helplessly. At the same time, countless civilians joined in, shouting things like, "He is not worthy of his position, he is not worthy." Some even demanded he be removed as their Roman consul. Others called for respect for the sanctity of the law. After all, this was the foundation of Rome, a pillar that must not be desecrated. Finally, under the overwhelming pressure of the crowd, the senators were forced to participate in the election vote. Even the consul who had spoken could only contain his anger and cast his vote. Angry? The people are angrier than you. As pairs of murderous eyes glared at him, even the man who was Rome's highest consul felt a hint of submission. But some still refused to yield. We will never accept these absurd laws, they will only lead Rome to ruin. By this point, the elders no longer cared about the election results. It was obvious that the votes of these commoners would outnumber theirs. There were simply too many civilians present. But the elders now had an attitude that, while they could be forced physically, their will could not be bent. As long as they held firm, when they returned to safety and regained power, they could find a way to repeal the Hortensian law. Doing so would nullify the results of this election and render all laws passed today invalid. As long as they didn't join in the voices of support, there would be grounds to abandon it in the future. However, it seemed that Knight had already anticipated their inner thoughts, or rather. From the very beginning, inviting these elders to the civilian assembly was meant to send a signal to the outside world. Even if it was forced, it was enough. Because one purpose of this assembly was to make many senators in the Senate face the people and personally enact those new laws. To be honest, never truly cared about the Senate's opinions. Or perhaps, now that the time was right, the elders' opinions no longer mattered, and no one cared anymore. Chapter 119, Broken Hand. 1,140 words. Really? Is there anyone who wants to oppose it? Knight asked with a calm smile, his face so serene that he seemed entirely unbothered by the elders' rebellious attitude. Suddenly, countless veterans, like excited rabbits, felt their spirits lift, as if they were ready to act again. Seeing Knight's attitude, they thought he might be powerless or unwilling to act. As a result, one by one, the elders began to declare that they would never support those absurd proposals. So, now, those of you who choose to support the new legal proposal, please raise your left hands. Finally, Knight directly interrupted, ignoring the elders who wanted to keep speaking as he suddenly looked at the crowd and shouted. In an instant, all the civilians and soldiers raised their left hands. Crash. The orderly, uniform scene symbolized the rising will of freedom. Elders. They suddenly had a bad feeling, stronger now than ever before. And in the next moment? Knight turned his gaze to the remaining elders, the only ones who had not raised their hands. Then, those who choose to oppose the new law proposal, please raise your right hands. Immediately, everyone lowered their arms. The senators gathered together, whispering to each other. Are we really going to listen to them and submit like these civilians? They were reluctant to raise their hands. In other words, they didn't recognize the legitimacy of this election. To raise their hands would signify participation, making it seem as if they had accepted this civilian assembly. This displeased the elders greatly. But just raise your hands. Cooperate with Lista Knight this once. We can't let this devil use this event to create false news that we've chosen to support the new law, one elder whispered. Finally, the other elders agreed and raised their right hands. However, in the vast crowd, the sight of a few elders raising their hands made them appear like a small, isolated boat adrift in the sea. Pfft. Someone in the square couldn't help but chuckle. It was as if they were mocking the elders for their resistance, as if they were overestimating their own power. The elders' faces immediately turned pale, feeling as though they were teetering on the edge. At that moment, they felt like clowns, humiliating themselves before so many civilians. Shame. This was a tremendous humiliation for them as the highest nobles. But these noblemen soon forgot their dignity and pride. As Knight suddenly walked slowly toward the elder who had raised his hand first. This sight made the senators anxious, yet they tried to remain composed, assuming that he would not truly harm them. After all, Knight had a calm smile on his face. However, the man who moments before seemed gentle and holy, like a priest worshipping in a church, now appeared almost saintly, bathed in sunlight as if he were Rama come to bring salvation to the suffering. In the next instant, he suddenly drew his long sword from his waist. Thwack! As the sharp, cold blade flashed, a severed arm flew into the air. This brutal scene instantly silenced everyone present. AA. Asterisk. Asterisk ewa. Asterisk. At that moment, the elder collapsed into a pool of blood, wailing in pain, his face covered in tears and blood. The agony was so intense that it exceeded his physical limits, causing his body to convulse and tremble on the ground. My hand. My arm. His cries of terror and pain echoed through the central square. Only then did the other elders take a deep breath, each one stunned by fear. Only now did they realize what a terrifying enemy they had provoked, a man they had labeled a madman and a lawless brute. Yet when Knight actually abandoned formalities, stepping beyond conventional means to take an unconventional path, the elders could see his ruthlessness. They had initially assumed he wouldn't dare to truly harm them, but they were completely wrong. Instinctively, all the elders trembled and quickly pulled their arms back, terrified they would be next to lose a limb. Knight looked at everyone and said, "Very good. No one is raising their hands." Although the elders did not choose to support the bill, they also appear to have no intention of opposing it. I think you've reconsidered and might wish to make a new choice. Rome, a nation of freedom and equality, is always willing to offer us the opportunity to choose again. So, let me ask once more, among the many elders present, who is in favor, and who is against the establishment of the new bill? Those who oppose the candidate, please keep your right hands raised high. However, after Knight spoke, no one dared to raise their hand this time. At that moment, the elder lying on the ground heard the words "raise your hands" and cursed with resentment and fear, as if he were provoked. "Hands, my hands, Lista, you lunatic. You evil devil, the gods will not tolerate your atrocities. You will suffer the worst retribution. Knight, if you lose one hand, will another grow back? I'm very curious, what gives you the courage to speak so arrogantly to me after you've lost an arm?" That night, he chuckled, his tone icy. The elder with the severed arm was terrified, his courage fading beneath his bluster. Finally, one of the elders could no longer remain silent. He began denouncing Knight's actions, declaring, "Is this what you call justice? Innocent Lord Babos has had his arm chopped off by you. He committed no crime, he merely voted against your proposal, yet he suffered such brutality. You claim that Roman law is sacred and inviolable, yet you were the first to trample upon it. Lista Knight, you are the one who should repent before the sacred statues of the 12 lords. Is it your aim to become a dictator? To turn Rome into your personal dominion?" At this, some of the surrounding elders looked at the speaker with admiration. The man was none other than Pompey the Elder, patriarch of the Pompey family. Though Knight's recent actions had been brutal, many civilians were secretly pleased. While the sight had unnerved them, they weren't exactly disgusted or frightened. Instead, they felt a quiet satisfaction at seeing the Senate nobles humbled. Yet, it was undeniable that Knight's actions had crossed the line of Roman law. The civilians, however, were more than willing to overlook this, or even turn a blind eye. After all, at the Tiber River, they had already proven their willingness to cooperate with Knight in dealing with these despised Senate nobles. But Knight looked calm. A dictatorship? Certainly not. I think Mr. Pompey may have misunderstood my intentions. I did not cut off Senator Babos's arm because he voted against the proposal. That's something I intend to clarify to the public. Chapter 120, Elders, why doesn't the 12 tables apply to us? 1091 words. At this point, many senators felt it was utterly absurd. In full view of the public, Lista had severed an innocent senator's arm in the central square. If this did not violate Roman law, what could be darker? The elders could only see blackness before their eyes. At this moment, Knight addressed their angry, disbelieving curiosity. According to Roman law, when a person betrays their country and there is solid evidence of their crime. As a noble, I have the right to execute first and report later, to impose a degree of punishment on the criminal for treason to prevent their escape. If necessary, they may even be sentenced to death immediately. This is the second matter I wish to discuss at the Civilian Assembly, alongside the establishment of the new laws. A public trial for certain guilty individuals. What? Treason? You're slandering us. The elders trembled, both shocked and enraged. Are you trying to say that Lord Babos betrayed Rome? That's impossible. As a member of the Senate, Lord Babos has always been dedicated and loyal, never one to betray Rome. Slandering the nobility is punishable by death, Lord Lista. Additionally, you have committed intentional harm against Lord Babos. Even if you were executed twice, it would be insufficient. Moreover, according to the 9th table of the 12 tables, no one has the right to convict or sentence anyone to death without a proper trial. Knight, however, said, Mr. Pompey, perhaps there's a problem with your hearing. I have made myself very clear. I hold irrefutable evidence of Lord Babos's treason, and as a noble, I have the authority to administer immediate punishment. When laws conflict with one another, we accept the one most appropriate for the situation. Special circumstances require special measures. Knight spoke slowly, calmly, and then signaled for people to bring out evidence that had been carefully prepared. These included letters and documents. When Knight was planning his action against a group of elders, he ensured he was not unprepared. Though it might be satisfying to violently overthrow the Senate, that alone would not completely tarnish its reputation, and would risk leaving a mark of infamy. While he wouldn't mind earning a reputation as a tyrant or demon king since this was a simulated universe, but after all, he had chosen to support Tiberius's succession. Even with the Roman blessings that now allowed him to march through the Senate, he had not changed his plan. He would continue with the original strategy. Not only would he openly execute the Senate's nobles in public, but he would do so thoroughly, making these guys powerless to fight back. Since Tiberius began to gather support from the Roman military forces. Though some noble generals, led by Scipio the Younger, refrained from taking sides, they had gathered substantial intelligence from civilian officers within the ranks. After being betrayed by Roman officials during the Spanish campaign, Tiberius never ceased his investigation to identify who was responsible for harming soldiers on the front lines. The investigation revealed a disaster, a vast network of power gradually unraveled, connecting officers at various levels. Among these discoveries, clear evidence emerged that a particular noble officer had been in correspondence with Babos, a senator, discussing their collusion to embezzle military funds, secrets that could never be revealed publicly. And Babos was not alone. Several veterans were implicated. Later, Gaius Gracchus, Tiberius's younger brother, used his connections within the army to investigate Babos and employed various tactics. Eventually, he found more critical evidence at Babos's home, items like records of embezzled funds and other damning documents. Collecting this evidence relied heavily on Knight's influence. With his enhanced abilities, Knight, who was practically a superhuman within Rome, found it easy to track down the evidence he needed. After obtaining this material, Gaius Gracchus, a man historically known for his ruthlessness, reported a law. The law regarding special circumstances that allow nobles to take direct action to Knight. Even though Knight was only familiar with the 12 tables and other Roman laws that became more prominent in later generations, he hadn't initially known about these legal loopholes that could be exploited for arbitrary acts. According to Gaius, this legal clause had been specifically added as a safeguard when a noble accidentally killed a commoner. Suddenly, Knight wasn't surprised anymore. After all, in Rome, even the sacred 12 tables were not set in stone. The nobles could interpret and shape the law to suit their needs. The existence of the law primarily served the nobility. This situation only improved in later periods when Roman law gained clearer and more explicit provisions. However, even after collecting the evidence, they hadn't immediately acted against the elders, wanting to avoid raising suspicion. Instead, they waited for the right moment to capture all the elders in one calculated move. And so, Knight presented the evidence and openly accused several elders in front of the gathered assembly. The faces of many elders turned pale, as if they had seen a ghost. Some of the evidence looked painfully familiar, leaving them unable to comprehend how it had fallen into Knight's hands. Certain documents had been kept hidden in secret rooms within their homes. When? How did he manage to obtain it? Curse him. I'm sorry, elders. I was hoping to play this game with you a bit longer, but our little game ends here. Now, it's time for your judgment. I will accuse you of your many crimes, and I will judge you before everyone here and sentence you to death. As Knight's words fell, the atmosphere shifted, becoming as heavy and ominous as a brewing storm. Roman citizens, having seen the undeniable evidence, roared in fury. They shouted to send the senators to the gallows and the guillotine. The sentiment was clear: the senators were guilty, and they deserved death. By now, the elders were drenched in cold sweat. Knight had shown, through his actions, that he was willing to take real measures. Applying laws that the nobles usually regarded as mere formalities or jokes, many of which were created by the nobles themselves as protective measures against the common people. For instance, nobles had the privilege to execute first and report later if deemed necessary. Now, he was using this very privilege against the nobles themselves. Such actions would never be accepted under normal circumstances. But now, as with the Hortensian law, every legal loophole in Knight's hands had turned into a weapon, a sharp blade cutting into the nobility. Lawless. Truly lawless. Chapter 121, You don't want the Pompey family to be humiliated, old friend. 1,205 words. Many elders felt overwhelmingly guilty in this moment. After all, how many elders could claim to be truly innocent? They were afraid that Knight could reveal even more evidence, perhaps implicating them as well. However, the elders did not know that the evidence on display was the extent of what Knight had been able to gather. After all, time was too short. It wasn't feasible to uncover incriminating evidence against every senator, nor would it be wise to bring down the entire upper class at once, as it would destabilize Rome. But after Knight's sudden moves the night before and the intense confrontation now, the elders, who were already thrown off balance, had no time to regroup. At this moment, Knight held complete control over the situation. The elders had been utterly dominated, and his objective was now within reach. He began reading out names, listing the veterans involved in embezzling military funds. With each name, the face of the corresponding elder turned ashen, and many of the more fearful ones even fainted from shock. He knows. He really knows everything we do. When Knight finished reading the first list of names and announced the crimes of these elders, those whose names had not been read yet breathed a sigh of relief. But as they caught Knight's meaningful gaze, their hearts skipped a beat. The elders suddenly realized this was only the first batch. The list was specifically of those involved in embezzling Spanish war military funds, but there were bound to be other crimes he knew about. They dared not gamble on how much Knight had uncovered. If he exposed everything here, all the elders would be plunged into disgrace, and their families would be shamed for generations. At this moment, Knight slowly approached Patriarch Pompey. This was one of the remaining elders whose name had not been read. He leaned in and whispered, "For the mercy of the gods, I can offer you a way out, and a way to protect the Pompey family. Mr. Pompey, do you want to be remembered as infamously as Mr. Bobos and the others, nailed to the pillar of shame in Roman history, dragging your family's reputation down with you? Or would you prefer a path of mutual benefit?" Hearing his words, Pompey, elder of the Pompey clan, narrowed his eyes slightly. He hadn't expected Knight to come over and whisper such an offer. Despite their differences, Knight was offering him a choice. "Why would you want to help me?" Old Pompey asked through gritted teeth, with a dark expression. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Cooperation is mutually beneficial. Your family still holds some influence and position within the Roman army. If you step over and stand with me, our power will only grow stronger. If more elders join us, the road to reform will be much smoother, and we can avoid unnecessary bloodshed and losses. Knight's words, while delivered with complete seriousness, were nothing more than carefully crafted persuasion. In reality, although he held some evidence, he had no information incriminating the Pompey family. But could he be blamed for the elders' readiness to believe him? Knight had delivered so many surprises over recent days, projecting an image of a man who could uncover anything. Patriarch Pompey didn't dare to take the risk. With a dark, shifting expression, he finally gritted his teeth and came to a decision. He understood that Knight was giving him a warning, forcing him to pick a side. However, even though he knew it, old Pompey found himself buying into Knight's words, even feeling a twinge of pride. After all, the Pompey family's influence was too big, otherwise, why would someone lawless like Knight seek him out instead of someone else? There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. This sentence struck a chord with him, elevating his opinion of Knight. At that moment, he began to realize how truly formidable this man was. It was an astute observation. Only someone with ambition and vision could climb higher and go further. Gaining the friendship of such a man seemed far more valuable than the past conflicts between Strabo and Pompey. Very well, I agree. But what do you need from me? I'll be clear up front, I won't do anything that tarnishes the Pompey family name. Old Pompey said in a low voice. Knight's face lit up with a smile. A wise choice. If you'd refused just now, I would have exposed every shred of evidence of the elders' crimes, announcing to all that it was you who turned to me and helped expose them. Of course, people would question how you alone managed to investigate so many elders, which would inevitably bring scrutiny to the family behind you. You are a smart man, and you've seized an opportunity. I enjoy working with sharp minds like yours. I need you to cooperate with me by coming forward with the crimes you know the other elders are guilty of. You know what to do. What? Old Pompey's heart suddenly sank, leaving him stunned. He widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at Knight in horror. As he thought about his words, Pompey could already imagine the aftermath if he dared reject this offer, the inevitable slander, the inescapable disgrace. No matter how he explained, it would be futile. If the seeds of suspicion took root among the senators, the Pompey family would surely be targeted once this was all over. Despicable. Pompey was horrified by Knight's ruthless, calculating nature. Fear gripped him deeply. Taking a shaky breath, he lowered his voice, filled with despair and anger. What is it you want, Lysta? How is this any different from slandering me if I refuse? If I report the elders' crimes, they would. They would see you as a traitor, a thorn in their side, and would do everything in their power to eliminate you. And the Pompey family would be dragged down as well, wouldn't it? But you are naive, Mr. Pompey. Do you think just by expressing support without action, you're aligning yourself with me? Have you ever heard of a letter of loyalty? If you can't prove your sincerity, I'll throw you and the Pompey family into the abyss without needing any other senator's help. I'll ensure you're nailed to the pillar of shame. Even if you refuse to cooperate, I'm certain there are families who would eagerly join me. Believe me, sir, I am an honest man. I would never harm you. I guarantee that after this, the Pompey family won't suffer under the elders but might even reach new heights. So, will you stand with the people and be a messenger of justice, or will you oppose me and become my enemy? Knight's final word, enemy, echoed with deliberate weight. As old Pompey shuddered, snapping back to reality. Despair, pain, and a hint of awe filled his heart. He would never have imagined that he, the dignified patriarch of the Pompey family and a top-ranking senator, would one day be coerced, threatened, and manipulated by a young man at least 3 or 4 decades his junior. But did he even have a choice? Chapter 122, The Betrayer is More Hated. Pompey, you manipulated me. 1,263 words. You win. Old Pompey finally conceded, feeling a mixture of complicated emotions, yet a strange sense of relief washed over him once he voiced his decision. Yes. It's not about choosing good or bad, it's about the lesser of two risks. Cooperating with Knight was undoubtedly a risky path for the Pompey family, one that would forever alienate him from the other elders. But if he refused? As Knight had pointed out, there were many other elders who would be eager to align with him. These elders, given the chance, would crush Pompey and his family without remorse, sending them to ruin for their own survival. Knowing his limited options, Pompey had no choice but to recognize his own bargaining position. Besides, old Pompey was, in truth, terrified of death. Because at that moment, he realized that Knight was truly willing to go as far as it took. If he refused, he could see himself suffering the same fate as Babos. The thought of that fate, stripped of power and left with nothing, terrified him. As the patriarch of the Pompey family, he held supreme power and status, and he wasn't ready to lose it all so easily. He had to survive. If he died, all that power, wealth, and influence would be stripped away and passed on to others. Just imagining it was worse than death itself. Well, Pompey, it's time to bring down the other senators. Show me what you can do. I don't think you'll need any further help from me. Or do you need some additional evidence? Knight said with a restrained smile. Well, wielding an understanding of human nature with chilling precision. He knew that by now, he had established an undeniable influence over old Pompey. Not wanting to push Knight any further, and determined to make a good impression, old Pompey quickly shook his head, assuring Knight that he could handle the task himself. There were many senators who had no ties with the Pompey family, but Pompey knew precisely what scandals plagued those who did. He could use these as leverage. I'm sorry, old friends. For the honor of the Pompey family and for my sake, please go to hell. A glimmer of cruelty flashed in old Pompey's eyes. No longer conflicted, Pompey finished his whispered conversation with Knight. When he looked up, he noticed several people watching him with curious or even suspicious expressions. Everyone was eager to know what Knight and Pompey had discussed. After all, Pompey's expressions moments earlier had been too revealing, too dramatic. And old Pompey, fittingly, seemed every bit the dramatic actor. His face showed an expression of profound sorrow. Knight observed with great interest and couldn't help but think, it doesn't look fake. The grief was genuine, and the reason for old Pompey's anguish was open to interpretation, depending on his next words. At that moment, old Pompey began to speak. He seemed barely able to lift his gaze to meet the assembled crowd. There is so much I never wanted to believe, he began, his voice carrying a tremor. What Lord Lista has shown me is beyond anything I imagined possible. The rot within our own ranks, the corruption in Rome's highest places. His voice broke slightly, as though struggling to contain the grief of a man whose last illusions were falling apart. For years, I was blind. But now I understand. Rome stands at the edge of a cliff, and if we do not act swiftly, we are lost. With a sweep of his arm, Pompey gestured toward Knight and then toward the reforms. I stand before you all, fully supporting the new bills proposed by Lord Lista and the Gracchi brothers. In good conscience, I cannot remain silent any longer. As my duty to Rome, I will tell you the crimes of those who claim to be my friends. One by one, old Pompey began to reveal the transgressions of his former friends, recounting each offense with such vivid detail that it seemed as though he might have been involved himself. However, nobody questioned how Pompey could know so much after just a few whispered words with Knight. Well, it didn't matter. Even though his sudden expertise was suspicious, no one was foolish enough to call it out. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that old Pompey had completely sided with Knight. As old Pompey grew more impassioned, he seemed to transform suddenly. In that moment, he was the very picture of righteous fury, a man reborn as a crusader for justice. Countless elders glared at him with bloodshot eyes, just like a Sharingan, their fury so intense it was as if they wished to kill him down with a glance. Seeing this, Knight smiled. The betrayer is more hated than the enemy. With just a few tricks, he disintegrated the Senate, Rome's once united and powerful ally, turning their strength against them and transforming them into his enemies. If Knight had chosen to kill all the elders himself, the repercussions would have been grave. Violence would erupt across Rome. Class conflict, in particular, would become irreconcilable. Being blindly radical would not only fail to achieve the desired results, but might even backfire, making the situation worse. But now, things were different. He had sown division within the Senate. By doing so, he ensured that civilian power could be preserved, allowing him to watch the chaos unfold from a distance. As one side gained strength and the other weakened, they would tear each other apart. "Damn Pompey! You traitor, you actually," shouted an elder, so incensed that he could hardly see straight. In his desperation, he decided to make a final stand. This senator, on the verge of exploding with anger, planned to self-destruct and bring down Pompey. He wanted to let the people know that this high-sounding and righteous old man in front of them was not a good person either. However, in the next instant, Knight's sword flashed, piercing the senator's throat. As the elder fell, nailed to the ground in the square, the remaining elders cried out in terror. Someone was dead. Up until now, although there was blood before, at least the person was fine, and everyone had survived until now. This completely shattered the elder's last hopes. He truly dared to kill. "Mr. Pompey, you may continue," Knight said casually, resuming his role as a spectator. And it was precisely because of this sentence that the senators immediately turned their wrath on Pompey. They blamed him for everything. This old guy had really aligned himself with Knight, the devil. If it weren't for Pompey, perhaps there wouldn't be any casualties in their Senate, or at least no blood would be spilled here. Despair and resentment filled the senators' hearts, their hatred for old Pompey now reaching a fever pitch. They didn't dare direct their rage at the devil Listenite, but for the betrayer? Their hatred was magnified 100-fold. Pompey was completely stunned at this point. A shiver ran through his heart, mingled with a hint of resentment, though he dared not show it. Listenite was driving him straight into a dead end. A senator had died because of him, which was even more unforgivable than being punished after being reported. The families behind those senators would now see him as an enemy and certainly wouldn't let him off. He knew Lista was using him, manipulating him to achieve his own aims. But he could only pretend to be unaware of it. Being trapped like this was the ultimate humiliation. Chapter 123, The Last Dark Hero of Rome, huh? 1,119 words. When old Pompey finally understood he was out of options and had no choice but to follow Knight down this path, he showed his true claws to his former allies. Knowing that hesitation would only lead to greater disaster, the old fox finally embraced the inevitable, revealing the ruthless side he'd long kept hidden. Initially, he had still harbored a sliver of hope that he might return to the other side, so he was careful not to provoke the senators too much. But his subsequent denunciations became more intense and ferocious. He no longer targeted just one or two individuals. Each denunciation was aimed squarely at an entire family. Knight. Wow, seriously? Does he need to go this hard? He'd underestimated the old fox's depths. Knight hadn't expected Pompey to be this fierce. Pompey knew so many dark secrets, and as Knight listened to each grim, brutal story, the smile gradually faded from his face. A thought suddenly crossed his mind: "You truly deserve to die, Lord Pompey." He didn't believe that Pompey could know so much about Rome's corruption without having participated himself. Whatever. Sooner or later, opportunists like Pompey would be swept away. Rome didn't need these parasites. If he weren't concerned that eliminating them all at once would shake Rome's foundations, he might have acted more recklessly. Afterward, Pompey's actions seemed like a spark, a perfect example. As he spoke, some senators grew uneasy, fearing they might be next. They also realized that Knight was serious and waiting any longer would only lead to death. They had to act, they had to save themselves. A strong survival instinct drove some senators to approach Knight proactively, and soon a unique public denunciation rally unfolded in Rome's central square. Senators accused one another, desperately trying to curry favor with Knight, seeking to join his faction. But after about a third of the senators had taken his side, Knight no longer accepted their overtures so easily. Many of these senators had already been accused of numerous crimes by Pompey and others, so they were condemned with no chance of redemption. As this massive spectacle neared its end, the citizens' furious roars grew louder. In the end, many senators, utterly defeated, were pushed onto the freshly erected gallows. Thank the gods for their mercy. You should have died by fire or some other horrific means. Now, under the gods' witness, you're merely hanged and displayed with your bodies intact. Knight said as he bid farewell to the senators. The senators responded with cries of resentment, despair, and indignation. Some cursed, some pleaded, and some wept uncontrollably. These once supreme rulers of Rome now bowed, filled with regret and despair, exposing humanity's most fragile side. Facing the terror of death, they were afraid, they cowered, and they despaired. Even the world's greatest heroes might falter under the agony of awaiting death, kneeling to beg. And how much more so these high-ranking officials, with souls long decayed. Their disgrace was laid bare before the citizens, left for the Romans to witness and judge. The Romans felt a satisfaction they had never experienced before. That day, some wept, others cheered, but they all shared one thing: almost everyone had roared. Knight's final words, the so-called mercy, seemed demonic in the senators' eyes. Though hanging wouldn't disfigure them like burning, who said it wouldn't be painful? If he really wanted to give them a quick end, a beheading would have been far swifter. But as they faced the suffocating, literal suffocation of final despair, no miracle occurred. Or rather, if there was a miracle, it had favored their enemy. Many senators met their end on the gallows that day, their bodies later displayed before Rome's gates. When the events in Rome spread, it quickly caused an uproar. The entire Roman territory, and even neighboring countries, were shocked. The once mighty Roman Senate had been so ruthlessly slaughtered that only a few remained. This red storm came both suddenly and swiftly, so swiftly that many had no time to react, no idea how grave the situation was until it was too late to salvage anything. The Senate suffered heavy casualties, which, of course, enraged the Roman elite behind them. But just as all the factions assumed they would turn their blades toward their common enemy, Knight. First, one family, furious that their noble kin had been denounced by Pompey in the Senate and killed, directed their anger at the Pompey family. They swiftly imposed economic sanctions, then sent private forces to raid Pompey's estates, killing many. That night, the entire Pompey family was drenched in blood. After a night of terror and lingering dread, only at dawn, when reinforcements arrived, did Pompey's private forces manage to repel the enemy. Many Pompey nobles lay dead in pools of blood, and Strabo Pompey was so shocked he began rambling incoherently. The elder Pompey was furious. Upon investigation, all the evidence pointed to another family. Retaliation came swiftly. As the two families clashed, nobles who had previously aligned themselves with one faction or the other immediately became wary, each feeling insecure. They feared that some family might suddenly turn on them as well. Even though they remained highly alert and resolved to stay out of the conflict if possible, hoping to avoid being drawn into this battle, it was as if an invisible hand was manipulating events from behind the scenes. Soon, for various reasons, tensions erupted, the conflict intensified, and finally, a full-scale fight broke out between the two families. This gradually escalated into a multi-family brawl. The entire Seven Hills became a battlefield. Within the city of Rome, the gates remained closed for days. Citizens huddled inside, terrified to step outside, fearing that they'd be struck down by the blood-crazed private soldiers of the Roman nobility. And, of course, Knight had played no small part in stoking these flames. Many of the private soldiers attacking rival families were, in fact, retired soldiers he had sent disguised as mercenaries. The speed with which both sides descended into civil war was suspicious. The whole situation barely withstood scrutiny. But the two bloodthirsty factions were far beyond calming down to analyze anything now. As Knight put it, when the blade is coming down on your head, never mind if it's someone's plot, just strike back at the fool in front of you. That's what clears the mind. The Gracchi brothers, hugging each other and trembling, could only watch in awe, cheering with astonishment. Bravo, bravo, bravo. What else could they expect from Knight? They felt that calling him the last hero of Rome didn't quite fit, or perhaps, in a way, it did. The last dark hero of Rome would be more accurate, wouldn't it? Chapter 124, Genius plus Genius, a transformation far beyond 1 + 1 is equal to 2. 1,106 words. The Senate had already split into two factions, locked in intense conflict, leaving them no time to meddle in the new reforms. Soon, each reform bill began proceeding as scheduled. However, even though the Senate no longer interfering, progress was still slow, as people needed time to accept and adapt to the changes. The land reforms, which concerned the public most, proved to be the most challenging yet moved forward at the fastest pace. To stabilize Rome swiftly and create an environment conducive to reform, Knight was determined to end the Spanish War as quickly as possible. Only by securing the soldiers' welfare and restoring their rightful land could he win their support. Now, victory was within reach, just one final, crucial step remained. However, this was also the most error-prone stage. Historically, during the Gracchi brothers' reforms, when their influence in the Senate was at its peak, the Senate had once retreated, only to devise cunning schemes to deliberately intensify their reforms, making a gradual process suddenly extreme. For instance, they proposed new laws that waived land rent entirely for the poor and allowed the transfer of land leases, which had been restricted under the original agrarian law. Such policies were naturally popular among the poor. The Gracchi brothers initially planned to establish 3 cities, but the Senate escalated that number to 12, effectively sabotaging their efforts. With such chaotic amendments, the commoners were pleased, the senators were satisfied, and the reforms collapsed under their own contradictions. The Senate then criticized the Gracchi brothers for their incompetence and forced them out of power. Such open sabotage is hard to counter. And this was one reason Knight needed the Senate thrown into disarray before beginning his reforms. Whether Rome was in chaos was up to them. Rome could descend into chaos, but only under their control, order within disorder. Approval for the Spanish campaign came through quickly, but the task of recruiting troops fell to Knight himself. This was hardly a challenge. After all, he was now so famous in Rome that when he began recruiting, young men queued from the central square all the way to the city gates. After the thrilling public assembly where noblemen were put on trial, Lister Knight had become a hero to the youth. Who wouldn't want to join their idol on the battlefield and build a legacy? While preparing for the campaign, Knight unexpectedly received an inheritance. This was the wealth of the Lister family, confiscated when they were once stripped of nobility. Now that Lister Knight had gained power, many nobles, eager to curry favor, returned it to him, far more than the original amount. The nobles had shown remarkable sense, but for Knight, it was a pity, he almost forgot he was in a simulated universe. Even as the wealthiest man in Rome, this fortune wasn't truly his, so he remained indifferent to it. But Knight soon discovered a surprising gift within his inheritance. Sometimes, wealth isn't just gold and silver but also knowledge and skills. Among the Lister family's many assets, he found a tradition of dual-wielding combat techniques. These techniques reportedly originated from a Greek-era hero skilled in fighting with 2 weapons, a legacy that had survived to the present. Although the origins may have been exaggerated, for Knight, who wielded 2 divine spears and had been attempting dual-wielding in battle, this filled a critical gap in his combat skills. He also recalled that Karl had once fought using twin swords. For the nobles, this inheritance might have been the least valuable part of the fortune, but to Knight, it was the most priceless. The dual-wielding technique didn't just provide him with a basic grasp of handling 2 spears, it also extended to dual swords, twin knives, and other weapons, enabling him to apply the principles across various armaments. Upon practicing, Knight quickly made a new discovery. His learning speed was astonishingly fast, even several times greater than when he had once trained under Hector. Back in Greece, he had mastered the god's domain martial arts, revealing an impressive talent for learning. His instinctive prowess in battle had even won Hector's admiration. But now, he could clearly sense that his talent had become even more exceptional. Only then did Knight realize that the power he inherited from the hero Achilles included more than just his invulnerable body, remarkable martial skills, and agility, it also came with Achilles' other talents. Unlike most heroes who achieved fame only in middle age, Achilles stood out as remarkably young among his legendary peers. It was precisely because Achilles was both young and powerful that, after his death, heroes felt an even deeper sense of regret. People were left with an unforgettable image of a brilliant young hero, a shooting star that blazed briefly across the sky. Such a genius who died too soon left people wondering, had he lived longer, what epic feats might he have achieved? What a pity indeed. Now, That same talent which had once awed heroes and moved future generations was merging with Knight's own innate abilities. The synergy between these two sources of genius sparked a transformation far beyond simple addition, like 1 + 1 = 10. It was a profound shift. When even the most basic martial arts came into his hands, Knight could quickly refine them into pure killing techniques, to the point of rivaling the skills of legends. With techniques he had learned from Hector and Achilles as his foundation, he synthesized and improved, effortlessly transforming the dual spear technique into something more suited to his own combat style. Whether or not the dual spear technique truly originated from Greek heroes, Knight didn't know. But even if it hadn't, once he returned to Greece and refined this technique further in battles against other heroes, it would then become his own legacy from the Greek era. There might indeed be something special within this technique. As Knight trained and honed it, he could feel his vitality surging more than usual. If Hector's methods for physical conditioning, the techniques that allowed mortals to grow strong enough to contend with demigods, served as a basic foundation, then this legacy, through martial refinement, allowed that vitality to be activated and channeled even more effectively. This sense of his body igniting was something he had only felt previously when unleashing one of Hector's spear strikes or performing Achilles' meteor-like combat moves. However, both of those felt far more intense and profound than this inherited technique. Perhaps it truly was a technique passed down by a hero, though compared to Achilles and Hector, arguably the most elite heroes of Greece, this technique clearly didn't measure up. Chapter 125, How Strange. What's it like to return to the past as an idol? 1,136 words. But Knight was already content. After all, this was Rome, not Greece. This was no longer an era where the gods could freely walk among mortals. To find any heroic martial arts that survived intact into this age was remarkable, let alone to learn the divine techniques of ancient heroes. No need to be too greedy. After Knight had achieved a basic mastery of his new martial skills, enough to wield them effectively on the battlefield, he began assembling his army to set out for the Spanish front. Once, he had led only a handful of men, barely escaping that war zone with his life. This time, he would return with unstoppable force to reclaim the honor of a warrior. On the eve of his departure, Rome's streets were blanketed with flowers, and crowds of citizens lined the roads, cheering for him. No one doubted that Knight would bring victory to Rome. And this confidence? Not even the soldiers marching behind him harbored a single doubt. Although Rome had recently suffered defeat on every front, these mostly young, inexperienced soldiers followed him with unwavering confidence and fiery zeal, fixated on his figure at the head of their formation. Amid flowers and fervent cheers, Knight rode forward on horseback. Then, suddenly, a young boy was shoved out from the crowd, nearly stumbling into the path of Knight's horse. A gasp went up from the crowd. Fortunately, Knight was still a short distance away and reined in his horse just in time. The boy, however, had gone pale with fright. Knight immediately dismounted and helped him up. "Are you all right, child?" "And no problem at all. You don't need to worry, it was my fault. I just admired you so much, I wanted to push through to the front to see you better, but I went a bit too far and lost my balance," the boy stammered at first, still shaken, but his words gradually became steadier and clearer. His voice held excitement and admiration. For someone his age to remain this composed after what had just happened was truly impressive. What had started as a simple accident now felt like an omen. Suspecting he might be meeting someone of significance, Knight asked gently, "No need to apologize, child. Thank you for your support, I can feel it. What's your name?" "And my name? Are you asking my name?" The boy looked astonished. Could someone as ordinary as him actually be remembered by a hero like Lister Knight? With excitement, he spoke up, "Marius. Sir, my name is Marius Regaeus Marius." "Knight. That's an excellent name." Knight thought, feeling a bit stunned. Was this the same Marius who would one day become one of the two great titans of Rome, competing with Sulla for supreme power in the next era? In the real world, the current Marius was indeed still alive, though he must be quite elderly by now. But the Marius standing before him was just a boy. Wait, something wasn't adding up. If Knight's memory was correct, Marius in this era should have already experienced the legendary campaign with Scipio Aemilianus that led to Carthage's downfall. He was supposed to have been a comrade of Tiberius Gracchus. At this time, he should be around 23 years old, serving under Scipio in Spain, helping to suppress rebellions. After Knight asked a few questions to confirm details, he realized that this young boy was indeed the same Marius he remembered. However, in this world, Marius had been born later, which meant he had also joined the military later. This Marius was only 15, it would be another 2 years before he was eligible to enlist in the Roman army. In that instant, it dawned on Knight, could this timing change be the reason? Marius's age difference from the historical timeline meant he had missed out on joining Scipio's famous campaign, the critical battle of Carthage's fall, which had profoundly shaped so many future legends. Without that invaluable experience, this Marius might never grow into the leader he could have been, which might explain why the Marius in reality had failed in his early campaigns and struggled to resolve the social war. Simply being born a little later had created such a massive butterfly effect. Knight couldn't help but feel a deep sense of wonder. In reality, he'd never met the older Marius, but now, in this simulation, he had encountered a young Marius and even become his idol. The whole situation felt surreal, bizarre, almost disturbingly so. If this Roman simulation affected the real world, then what expression would the real Marius have upon meeting him? It was almost too strange to consider and, strangely enough, Knight found it somewhat amusing. And if he left a lasting legacy in this world as a hero, then what would happen to real history? Would there be a Listonite epic carved into the records of ancient Rome? Would he inherit his simulated status and influence in the real world, or would people simply assume he was someone else with the same name? Lost in thought, Knight found himself wrapped in a paradoxical contemplation, like Schrödinger's cat. As long as the box remained unopened, he would never know whether the cat inside was alive or dead. The answer might only come after he left this simulation and asked the Black Tower, or by observing the real world himself. Marius, is it? Knight smiled as he patted the young boy's head, giving his hair a playful ruffle. While he knew this boy would someday become one of Rome's most powerful figures, standing among giants, that day was far off. And the opportunity to playfully pat the head of a future old fox like Marius only came once. I have a feeling you'll become quite an extraordinary person in the future, he said with a grin. All right, off you go now, don't block the path of the army. An extraordinary person. Could I really become someone like that? Marius's voice trembled with excitement and awe. He glanced around and saw the admiring eyes of onlookers, young and old alike, fixed on him. A determination sparked within him. I must become a great person, someone who stands shoulder to shoulder with my hero. This single compliment from Knight planted a seed in young Marius's heart. Meeting young Marius was a minor, amusing encounter for Knight. But as he continued down the road, a sudden shout came from the crowd, I'll be old enough to join the army in 2 years. I'll follow you then, and fight by your side. Amid the cheers, it was unclear if Knight heard Marius's declaration. But the boy clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with resolve and anticipation for the future. Yet he never thought that fate would play a grand joke on him. Chapter 126, The Beast's Challenge. 1043 words. Sometimes, when you encounter someone truly extraordinary in your youth, their impact can haunt you for life. This holds true not only in romance but in idolizing someone, in desiring to follow or even surpass them. Young Marius had taken Listonite as his goal. But as he grew older and joined the military, he discovered that every step forward was grueling, especially as a commoner facing Rome's class barriers. After Listonite's rise from humble origins had struck such a devastating blow to the Senate, they became even more wary of talented commoners. Although they still supported some promising individuals, they sought to control their rise, fearing another Listonite might emerge. The last hero of Rome, this title had become a curse, a barrier no one could break through. When Knight left the simulated universe, Rome, now missing his presence, left Marius to grow alone. The dream of catching up to his idol slowly turned to despair as he realized that he would never reach that distant figure from his youth. If Knight had remained, perhaps things would have been different. But in his absence, Marius was left pursuing a ghost, an ideal that seemed impossible to attain. This left a deep scar on him. As one of the most tenacious figures in history, Marius had the pride to match his talents. Yet this pride was crushed, as he continually found himself struggling under Knight's shadow. This childhood trauma compelled Marius to imitate Knight's fearless demeanor, but he never managed to truly embody it. Knight had once thought that the difference in Marius's age had been the reason for his slow rise and eventual struggles against Sulla. But in truth, this was only part of the cause. The greater obstacle was that Knight himself had unwittingly created an insurmountable peak in Marius's mind. Unable to confront Knight directly, Marius could only measure himself against Huss' past deeds. Yet just the fact that Knight alone had managed to cow the entire Senate was something Marius could only dream of achieving, causing him to doubt his own abilities, preventing him from reaching his full potential. Unaware of the impact he had left on Marius, Knight led his army across the Ebro River after days of travel, finally reaching the Spanish front and joining forces with Scipio Aemilianus. In history, Scipio alone had been enough to keep the Spanish rebels in check, but with Knight, a complete one-man army, by his side, the pace of suppression accelerated. For 3 months, Knight transformed into an unstoppable force, relentlessly honing his dual spear technique on the battlefield. At times he wielded a spear in one hand and a sword in the other, or even 2 swords simultaneously. Training to use 2 weapons with precision, he innovated and refined his style until his movements became sharp and efficient, fluid, and deadly. On the battlefield, many enemies only saw a flurry of swift motions. His weapons struck from impossible angles, cutting them down with terrifying precision. In the beginning, his spear and sword tore flesh, shattered bones, and spilled blood. But as his technique reached new heights, and internalized the combat instincts of Achilles, Hector, and himself, fusing them into a new, unique style, his fighting style grew more savage, defined by his own distinct flair. Now, when his spear struck an enemy, their organs would often explode on impact. Unknowingly, he was training against the hypothetical threat of another invulnerable being like himself, a rival with an unbreakable body. Having such abilities, Knight understood the power of an indestructible physique. If he were to face an opponent with similar invulnerability, the only effective tactic would be to bypass the armor of flesh and attack from within. Even better, if possible, would be to develop attacks that strike directly at the soul and spirit, or even unavoidable curses. As for the latter, the current Knight clearly does not possess such conditions. He could only continuously hone his skills. When he thought of the way in traditional martial arts where force is delivered into the enemy's body to cause internal damage, or similarly using weapons to create shockwaves that bypass the enemy's body to strike directly at their internal organs. Although this combat technique might not be effective against heroes whose internal organs are also freakishly strong, it is still much better than having nothing or not knowing how to do it. Thus, in the end, he unconsciously completed the deduction of this incredible technique. Without any guidance from anyone, it was entirely Knight's own combat instinct that he realized, combined with his exceptionally gifted and powerful 5 senses, which allowed every strike of his to keenly target the enemy's weaknesses. Internal organ explosion plus weak point strikes ultimately resulted in a truly horrifying scene on the battlefield. Killing from one end of the battlefield to the other, wherever he passed, it was like a large slaughterhouse, a scene of hell. Everywhere was filled with shattered flesh and blood. The brutal and ferocious posture made the numerical advantage meaningless. For the enemies, Knight killing a dozen people was far more terrifying than others killing hundreds or thousands. At least others' fights would not create such a horrifying scene. This is not Rome's last hero, but clearly a demon king from Rome. Because there was a large army covering him, Knight, who didn't have to worry too much about physical exhaustion, also completely let go and engaged in the slaughter. This truly demonstrated the terrifying extent of his power. As mentioned before, heroes generally recover their stamina and speed very quickly. Although Knight, because of his late development, certainly couldn't compare in overall physical fitness to the Greek heroes who had been training and tempering their bodies since childhood, his recovery ability far exceeded that of ordinary people. Only in high-intensity slaughter would the recovery not keep up with the consumption, leading to a strenuous situation, and now Knight was immersed in the highest intensity of killing and combat. In such a combat mode that completely disregards physical stamina, the human spirit begins to tire first. By the end of the fight, he sometimes even showed obvious signs of distraction, his pupils dilating. Yet his body was still moving on instinct. Chapter 127, Demon from Hell. 1,314 words. This devil has stopped moving? As countless people looked with fearful eyes at the figure that had now become still. A humanoid weapon enveloped in a dark red magical glow. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Countless people cast looks of hatred and fear. They were both afraid and fearful of this enemy who was so strong he didn't seem human, but also deeply disgusted and hateful towards the figure who had so cruelly killed so many of their comrades. Finally, when a wave of people mustered their courage and charged at him together, just as the swords were about to strike him. Squelch, 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 squelch. A crimson flash, like a spiral blade, formed a rotating shell centered around Knight. All the enemies seemed to throw themselves into the fray, as if being sucked into a meat grinder, ultimately creating a curtain of crimson storm on the battlefield. It was a shocking spectacle. His weapon swung so fast that ordinary people couldn't see it clearly, leaving only a storm of flashing light visible. The sky was filled with shattered flesh and organs suddenly bursting open, like ragdolls torn apart by sharp blades, drifting in the wind like willow catkins. A deep blue, illusory flame began to ignite in Knight's eyes, spreading out with the wind. The powerful biofield constructed through his honed instincts from countless battles even ensured that his body could continue fighting autonomously the moment he lost consciousness. It was like an explosive awakening. This special mode, activated naturally and operating purely on instinct, had completely unleashed the terrifying potential within him by the time he regained awareness. His mental consciousness had abruptly crossed into a new realm, and his parched soul felt as if it had been suddenly filled to the brim, brimming with unparalleled vitality and energy. *KU. With each breath, a surge of life force was exhaled, bringing with it a scorching wind. The moment his consciousness returned, sensing the changes in his body, Knight thought. Have I broken through? With my current strength, I should be able to hold my own against Achilles now. At the very least, he wouldn't lose as miserably as before, being taken down in just a few moves. After all, how long had it been since he obtained Achilles' talent template, and how long had Achilles himself been growing? To be honest, he was already quite satisfied with his current improvement. Moreover, his current state seemed somewhat special. At this moment, he could feel that his 5 senses were more than 10 times sharper than usual. In this state, although his body remained the same and his energy reserves hadn't increased, the combat power he could unleash had far more than doubled. In this state, he felt as if he could do anything, terrifyingly calm, with an overwhelming mastery over his body. If he could maintain this state indefinitely, he even felt the courage to challenge Heracles, who hadn't become divine yet. Of course, it was just courage and he wasn't at that level yet. But from all these improvements, it seemed that pushing himself was indeed the right choice. After a period of growth, accumulation, and learning new techniques, as well as continuous slaughter on the battlefield, Knight had a feeling that if he could maintain high-intensity combat for an extended period, his strength might experience an explosive surge. And that was why he had chosen such a dangerous combat style, willing to fight until his consciousness faded, all to temper himself. After all, with his invulnerable steel body, even if he lost consciousness, almost no one on this battlefield could break through his defenses. Not to mention, even if he were to die accidentally, he could always just restart. Having already reached a crucial turning point in the Roman universe, Knight took the time to visit the transfer station a few days ago and saved a checkpoint at the Black Tower. In fact, even if he left the simulation universe now and settled the account, it would be completely fine. After all, the reforms were already on track, and the Senate could hardly turn the tide enough to affect the historical turning point. Everything was already under control. And it was precisely because Knight allowed himself to fight so freely that he finally broke through his limits. With no worries holding him back, the risks he had to consider in the real universe were absent here in the simulation. For once, he experienced the noble script of breaking through in the midst of battle. Now, his mental state was terrifyingly calm, like the heart of a still, clear mirror, yet his movements became more and more decisive and brutal. Armed with twin spears, Knight strode toward the enemy forces once more, and soon countless crimson flashes lit up again. Though he didn't know exactly what this state was, it didn't stop him from feeling incredibly exhilarated. At this moment, he just wanted to quickly imprint it into his muscle memory. And so? Stronger, stronger, stronger. I can still go further. His steps quickened slightly, the force behind his weapon swings increased just a bit more, his body pushed to its limits, while his mind transcended and emptied, as if entering another dimension. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. When Knight's power reached its peak, no enemy could even approach him. Merely getting close required their utmost effort, and countless soldiers were torn apart mid-air before they could even take a step toward him. Finally, the Spanish rebels were totally in despair. They lost their will to fight and began to flee in panic. But Knight didn't spare anyone. He pursued them relentlessly, forcing the enemies to fight him. At this moment, he completely abandoned the large-scale AoE storm-like force field and transformed into the most primitive weapon, charging into the crowd. A warrior must never flee from battle. Turning their backs to him was like prey begging to be devoured. How naive. Knight began to use spears, swords, fists, fingers, even his legs, every part of his body that could be used as a weapon, to dance across the battlefield. As he madly chased down the enemy, gradually feeling no pressure at all, his steps seemed about to slow. However, he could not accept this. At this point, at this step, he could not accept slowing down. So, he instinctively began to imagine stronger hypothetical enemies. Not enough, it's still not enough. He hadn't fully memorized this special state yet. He needed the pressure of even more powerful enemies to keep his body running at such a high load. And so? Knight began to imagine the enemy forces as terrifying dragon species or fantasy creatures, those colossal beings long unseen in this Roman era. The kings of the sky, the rulers of the sea, creatures like dragons or even leviathans. After fighting for who knows how long, when the chaotic cries around him gradually faded away, Knight, who had unknowingly walked alone to the Ebro River, turned back to see the corpses of an enemy force he had chased all the way here. There were no more opponents left around him. It seems that's it for today. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment and forcibly pulled himself out of the state. As his body gradually began to cool down, like a high-speed machine winding down, Knight walked to the edge of the Ebro River to wash his face. But when he saw his reflection in the water, he suddenly froze. His armor was stained with dark brown blood, making him look ferocious. The visor revealed his eyes, burning with a faint blue illusory flame. The once bright silver armor and the crimson cape had now turned into a deep, dark red. At this moment, he was just like a black knight who had emerged from hell. Is this Amy? Chapter 128, The winner takes all, the loser gets nothing. 1,248 words. Knight engraved this form of himself deeply into his memory, until finally, the illusory flames in his eyes subsided and gradually extinguished. That feeling of being omnipotent had also vanished. When he retraced his steps alone, he saw the land he had ravaged. It looked like a field swept by storms, lightning, and flames. Everywhere were severed limbs, entrails, and trenches formed as if by gas explosions. This didn't seem like something a human could create. Instead, it resembled the power of the hypothetical enemies he had imagined earlier, those giant monsters. The scene before him left even Knight, who had now regained his senses, in shock. He knew his own strength well. Excluding his immortal body, in terms of pure physical combat power, he was far stronger than an ordinary person. He could single-handedly form an army. Given enough time and stamina, he could annihilate an entire Roman army composed of thousands. If it was just a formation of about 400 soldiers, he could fight non-stop until the very end. But the apocalyptic scene before him was on par with what he had seen on the battlefield from true top-tier heroes like Achilles. The same strength, just with an additional state, allowed him to unleash such terrifying power. Damn it. I must learn how to activate this state. However, the moment he stopped, Knight could feel the muscle soreness and fatigue spreading throughout his body. It seemed that activating this combat mode placed a heavy burden on his body, but compared to the destructive benefits it brought, this load was completely worth it. When he finally returned to the Roman camp, he discovered that the leader of the Spanish rebels had already submitted a formal surrender. After all, Lista Knight, in the final battle, had completely shattered the morale of the Spanish rebels, who had never in their lives encountered such a human-shaped natural disaster. Their fighting spirit and courage had been utterly crushed. No matter what, they never wanted to face such a monster on the battlefield again. When Scipio heard that Knight had returned, he immediately invited him to participate in the surrender ceremony of the Spanish rebels. At this moment, the envoy sent by the Spanish rebels was presenting their surrender terms. They demanded that after surrendering, Rome should not enslave them and, ideally, grant them Roman citizenship. If this simple request could be agreed upon, they would not only surrender unconditionally but also offer a substantial amount of wealth. As he spoke, the envoy ordered his men to bring in several chests of gold. Scipio, sitting at the head of the table, was somewhat tempted when he saw the chests of gold. After all, Rome was in desperate need of money. Especially after implementing Tiberius' policies, the financial situation had become even more strained. He knew the difficulties his brother-in-law had been facing recently. And just as Knight arrived, Scipio, who had grown familiar with him during their time in the military, immediately asked him if they should accept the rebels' request. After all, no matter how desperate they were, he could not agree to a condition without asking the man who brought it all. So, he was still hesitating. But Knight firmly gave him an answer, of course not. As the defeated, they have no right to Roman citizenship. It seems our enemies have not yet recognized their position. What a joke. If gaining Roman citizenship, a green card, were that easy, how would it be any different from Gaius Gracchus' absurd proposal to grant citizenship to everyone? Even Knight, who had always advocated for Roman reforms, knew that you couldn't become fat in one bite. Even if the goal was to reduce class disparities, completely eliminating class distinctions was impossible. In any era, classes exist. Where there are class divisions, there is oppression. This oppression cannot be completely avoided, we can only strive for superficial equality. If the defeated were granted Roman citizenship, what would the Allies think? If the Allies also demanded Roman citizenship, what would the nobles of the Allied states think? What would the native Roman citizens, whose benefits and privileges were being diluted, think? This precedent must never be set. Knight simply whispered a few words into Scipio's ear, and Scipio's expression immediately hardened, his heart filled with fear and dread. After all, he had almost destroyed his beloved Rome for the sake of a little profit. After that, Scipio outright rejected the envoy in front of Knight. The envoy, who had been closely watching the situation, noticed that Scipio had hesitated earlier but had firmly rejected their proposal only after Knight's arrival. The envoy recognized Knight, the terrifying devil now stood right in front of him, causing the envoy to tremble in fear, not daring to breathe too loudly. But remembering the orders and threats from his leader, if he failed in these negotiations, he would face dire consequences upon his return. With this in mind, the envoy mustered his courage and said in a trembling voice, "Our request is not unreasonable, sir. Please think carefully before answering. Although we have suffered a temporary setback on the battlefield, we still have hundreds of thousands of troops. If the fighting continues, even if we ultimately lose, Rome will not emerge unscathed. We did not come here with the intention of mutual destruction. If you can subdue a large army without bloodshed, it would be a tremendous achievement for Rome. Your Senate would surely reward you generously." The envoy spoke with forced confidence, half threatening, half enticing. But little did he know, his words only made Scipio's expression grow stranger and stranger. In the end, Scipio thought to himself, "Has this guy not heard about the current state of the Roman Senate? The man standing beside me doesn't need the Senate's recognition. If anything, the Senate should be thanking their lucky stars that he hasn't turned around and given them a taste of their own medicine, like a good slap in the face." At this moment, Knight also showed a disdainful smile, playing the role of the villain, looking at the envoy with pity and saying, "I don't understand. What has made the Spanish rebels so foolish and arrogant? Is it the goddess of luck who gave you such confidence? If you want to surrender, fine. Accept your fate as prisoners. Go till the land, work for Rome, everything belonging to the defeated rightfully becomes the property of the victors. Even if we kill you, the wealth you possess will still belong to Rome. Though Knight occasionally showed kindness, he was no saint. He only protected those connected to him and the forces under his influence. He would only save those within his sight and within his power. So, while he was well aware of the darkness of war, he wasn't naive enough to preach about saving even his enemies. At this moment, he showed no mercy. His icy words struck the envoy's heart, leaving his face pale and filled with fear. I am not a true hero, Knight was well aware of this, but he admired those who were true heroes and was willing to save those tragic, genuine saints. Unfortunately, these Spanish rebels were not among them. In fact, due to the perilous escape he had experienced at the Ebro River when he first arrived, these Spanish rebels were nothing but enemies to him. After all, showing mercy to your enemies is the greatest stupidity. Chapter 129, The Gold Stays, The People Can Leave. 1,293 words. In the end, under Knight's forceful stance, his confident declaration that if they didn't surrender, he would continue to crush them, kill them, and take all the wealth they had plundered, this bandit-like speech. It was even more villainous than the pirate-born rebels themselves. The envoy instantly lost his composure. He wanted to take the gold and treasures he had brought and leave immediately, but he could only vent his impotent rage, claiming that the Spanish rebels would make them regret their decision. Defeat was only temporary, and they would soon witness the true strength of the rebels. Though Knight was strong and could sway the outcome of a local battle, what if the rebels launched a full-scale attack, striking Rome from multiple directions? They might as well go down fighting. To this, Scipio and Knight both smiled without saying a word. After all, this final threat was complete nonsense. Both of them dismissed it as empty talk, not taking it seriously at all. If the Spanish rebels were truly that bold and united, they wouldn't have sent someone to surrender in the first place. They could no longer unite. This is always the case with hastily assembled rebel forces. When the war goes well, they are fierce and aggressive, more eager to attack than anyone. But once they suffer a setback, they become cowards, and internal conflicts erupt. Composed of a ragtag army, there was no real unity or coordination. As the envoy turned to leave, Knight kicked him in the butt, sending him flying and knocking over 2 Spanish rebel soldiers who were about to carry away the chests. Get out. The people can leave, but the chests stay. All of them. On what grounds? That's our wealth. You didn't accept the peace talks, so you have no right to take this gold. The messenger got up in shock and anger, and although he was extremely frightened, he still said excitedly, I'll take the money, but I won't accept the peace talks. Since you've already offered these treasures to Rome, they no longer belong to you. I've already been merciful enough to give you a chance to surrender, but if you refuse to accept it, that's your problem. Consider this treasure as payment for the opportunity to surrender, Knight said, his final words punctuated by the sound of his boots stomping on top of one of the chests. When the envoy, still seething with anger, tried to argue further, he looked up and saw Knight's cold, faceless helmet staring down at him. The envoy shuddered, a wave of oppressive fear washing over him. Remembering the horrors this man had unleashed on the battlefield, the envoy swallowed his anger and, without another word, led his men away in disgrace. Knight turned to the others and said, Find someone to deliver these chests to Tiberius. I think the war will soon be over. The rebels' surrender is inevitable. They can't hold out any longer, will be returning to Rome in triumph soon. Hearing his words, Scipio and the other Roman officers in the room couldn't help but smile as he spoke. Good, I'll have someone transport the chests immediately. It was clear that they had already become supporters of Tiberius' new reforms. For the officials who truly cared about Rome's well-being, especially the officers who had spent years alongside their soldiers, they naturally hoped to see Rome's army regain its former glory and strength. They also genuinely wished for their soldiers to receive the treatment and honor they deserved. They would never embezzle such wealth. Especially not someone like Scipio, who came from a wealthy family. When Carthage was destroyed, if he had wanted to, he could have taken plenty of Carthaginian royal treasures for himself. But Scipio had proven through his actions that he wasn't greedy for wealth, he only wanted Rome, his homeland, to truly grow strong. And so, within a few days, the Spanish rebels finally surrendered. Most of them surrendered out of fear of Rome's powerful army and Knight's terrifying strength, but a small number of people were unwilling to give in and wanted to wait for a price to put up a stubborn resistance, in an attempt to make Rome spend more money to appease them. As for these small characters who cannot see the situation clearly and have no significance, no one paid attention to them anymore. In fact, Rome even recalled Scipio, the general, and assigned him another task. Scipio decided to personally transport the treasure back to Rome. He felt more at ease doing it himself than entrusting it to others. When the war spoils arrived, Tiberius and his allies in Rome were overjoyed and immediately put the funds to work, investing them in the implementation of the new reforms. Several cities that had been selected earlier began construction, including plans to build a new city on the ruins of Carthage. Carthage held a special place in the hearts of the Romans. The Romans and Carthaginians were ancient enemies, locked in a deadly rivalry. When Carthage was destroyed, Scipio had even ordered salt to be spread over the land, intending to render it barren and infertile, a symbolic act of desecration. It was said that the gods worshipped by the Carthaginians feared salt. The act of salting the earth was meant to prevent their gods from resurrecting the spirits of Carthage, ensuring that Carthage would never rise again. But even so, the slave revolts in Sicily and the uprising of the Spanish rebels served as a stark reminder to the Romans. This wake-up call was so significant that it reignited Rome's vigilance toward the remnants of Carthage. This time, they decided to build a new Roman city on the ruins of Carthage. They would ensure that this land would forever belong to Rome, crushing any lingering hopes of the Carthaginian remnants. Knight, who remained in Spain to oversee the ongoing war, also heard about this. Drawing on his knowledge of the original history, he knew that Rome had indeed considered building a city on the ruins of Carthage, but the attempt had failed. Later, when the future Julius Caesar passed through the area with his army, he reportedly heard the wails of thousands of restless souls, prompting him to order the construction of a city there. However, historically, the first attempt to build a city failed due to interference from the Senate. Now, with the Senate embroiled in internal conflict, it was unlikely they would meddle in these affairs. Still, to be cautious, Knight wrote a letter to Tiberius, advising him to take extra precautions and remain vigilant. After all, the closer they were to victory, the more careful they had to be. A single misstep could undo all their efforts, and who would they turn to then? Despite everything going so well, Knight couldn't shake the feeling that things were progressing too smoothly. It almost felt unreal. What had he overlooked? And were the senators truly so consumed by infighting that they had no other schemes in mind? He never doubted that there were many intelligent people in the world. Many were far more cautious and intelligent than him. After all, those who had risen to the Senate were no fools. If not for Knight's modern perspective and strategic maneuvers catching them off guard, they would have been formidable opponents. But then he thought about his current strength. It seems there's nothing to fear anymore. If he could master that special blue flame mode, he could practically walk sideways across Rome without a care. Who wouldn't fear a walking gas tank? Not every place was like Fuyuki City in the neighboring universe, where people could sleep soundly even when there were gas explosions every day. Chapter 130, The Collapse of the Divine Statue, a 1% Chance? 1,129 words. Boom. A spiral spear of light descended from the sky like a pillar, crashing into the last stronghold of the Spanish rebels. Instantly, the camp was filled with screams and cries of despair. Before they could even flee. Whoosh! Another massive pillar of light descended, followed by a searing blaze. Hue! Blue flames flickered in Knight's eyes. Without realizing it, he had entered that special mode again. Even his breath seemed to carry highly concentrated ether. When the remaining enemy forces, who had been holding out for a better deal, were met with this devastating attack, they finally broke. They sent an envoy to surrender to the Roman army. The last thing they saw was the cold, blue flame-wreathed figure of Knight, standing atop a chariot, his gaze filled with overwhelming pressure. Behind him stood rows of fully armed Roman soldiers, each holding a spear. The soldiers took turns handing their spears to him. Then, in full view of the envoy, the oppressive figure moved. His posture was flawless, as if honed through countless repetitions, emotion ingrained into his very being. And then, boom. Asterisk. The spear in his hand erupted with radiant light, and a spiral meteor-like projectile shot into the distance, striking the earth. The envoy could see the direction of the light pillar. It was heading straight for their camp. Ah ha ha ah. The envoy let out a sound that was somewhere between a cry and a laugh, overwhelmed by terror. When the war finally ended and everything settled, the envoy, now brought before Knight under guard, asked why they had been attacked even after preparing to surrender. But Knight never gave him an explanation. Perhaps he didn't even care about the envoy, who was now just a lone prisoner. With a casual wave, he ordered the soldiers to drag the envoy away and send him to Rome as a prisoner. Then, he turned his attention to a letter from Scipio, sent from the ruins of Carthage. Yes, the ruins of Carthage. While he was leading the army to crush the last stubborn resistance of the Spanish rebels, he had also been experimenting with how to activate the blue flame mode on the battlefield. Knight discovered that entering that special state was easier when he fought at full power, which led to the scene at the beginning, blockading the enemy camp and hurling divine spears. Meanwhile, Tiberius and his allies were busy implementing the new policies, including the construction of a new city on the ruins of Carthage, a task entrusted to Scipio. Everyone believed that only Scipio, who had destroyed Carthage, could suppress the restless spirits beneath the ruins and build a new city there. But, something went wrong. In the latest letter Scipio sent to Knight, he mentioned, the two wolf statues that had just been erected in the new city square had mysteriously collapsed without anyone touching them. Wolves held a special place in Roman culture. Legend had it that Romulus, the founding ancestor of Rome, was raised by a wolf. Thus, wolves were regarded by the Romans as sacred creatures. When news of the statue's collapse reached Rome, it was regarded as an ominous sign by the Romans. The Senate, which had been embroiled in internal conflict, suddenly ceased their infighting and united to condemn the incident. They claimed that the collapse of the wolf statues was a divine punishment brought about by the reckless policies of the new laws. Divine punishment? Knight scoffed as he read the letter. If the gods of this era could still descend and truly deliver divine punishment, the first to be punished would be you greedy senators. Unless the gods were blind or their eyes clouded by the waters of the Styx. But didn't I tell Tiberius and the others to be more careful? How come the statue still collapsed? Thinking about it, Knight couldn't help but frown slightly. After all, this sudden collapse of the wolf statues also happened in history. He originally thought it was the result of the Senate's meddling. But this time, he was certain that after his warning to Tiberius, the Senate had no opportunity to interfere with the construction of the new city on the ruins of Carthage. Yet, the newly erected wolf statues on the ruins of Carthage had still collapsed. What was going on? Considering that this world wasn't entirely devoid of the supernatural? Could it really be the vengeful spirits of Carthage causing trouble? Knight wrote back to Scipio, saying he would personally come to investigate. It just so happened that he had just finished dealing with the last rebel stronghold. Soon after, Knight arrived alone at the new city built on the ruins of Carthage. He didn't bring any soldiers, conducting a surprise inspection to ensure that the Senate wasn't behind this and destroying evidence. He had used a conceptualized Pegasus to enhance his warhorse, allowing him to travel swiftly through the night. Let me see what's really going on. When Knight arrived, it was just before dawn. The sun had yet to rise, and the workers building the new city were still asleep. No one was there to greet him, but he didn't mind. After riding his enhanced, flying Pegasus and surveying the city from above, he located the central square where the statues had collapsed, as described in Scipio's letter. Then, the moment Knight leapt off the Pegasus and set foot on the ground, a rhythmic, pulsating sound, like a heartbeat, echoed in his ears. Thump, thump. What was that? Whoosh. The suddenness of it startled Knight. For a moment, he even wondered if he was hallucinating. Asterisk thump, thump. Asterisk. Another powerful vibration followed. This time, Knight clearly heard it. It was coming from beneath the ground. The earth's heart was beating? His hair stood on end, and he immediately went on high alert, his hand instinctively reaching for the spear at his side. This was clearly beyond the scope of normal Roman history. Recalling the sensation of Rome's land consciousness manifesting before? If Rome's land could give birth to a will, what about Carthage, the Mediterranean powerhouse that had once rivaled Rome? Is it possible that Carthage's land consciousness is not completely extinguished yet? Maybe, perhaps, it wouldn't be a problem, right? I can hear this strange sound because my senses are too sharp. Ordinary people probably can't hear it. So, Knight quickly came to a conclusion. If I ignore it, there's a 99% chance nothing will happen. Since Scipio, the younger, the Roman general who had turned Carthage to dust, had been fine on this land, there was no reason for him, an outsider, to encounter trouble. The biggest difference between him and the Romans here was that he was a bit stronger, but that shouldn't matter, right? However. Chapter 131, Welcome to the Land of the Dead, Hero Aeneas. 1147 words. The next moment. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The ground beneath Knight's feet suddenly cracked open. Although he reacted swiftly, leaping to the side, before he could even land, the entire central square began to collapse. Damn it. Knight barely had time to curse before he tried to summon his Pegasus to fly him out. But a terrifying force suddenly pulled him downward from below. What the hell? The last thought in his mind before falling was, that 1% chance actually happened. Then, he plunged into the abyss. Darkness, everything went black. Time and space became indistinct, impossible to perceive. In fact, after certain time, he even began to suspect he was no longer in the same world. When he first crossed over, his body had been immune to the disorienting effects of time travel. But now, he felt as if he had moved from one point in time to an entirely different world. If Rome had been in the dead of night, here it felt like daytime. Finally. When his body hit the ground, Knight was surprised to find he wasn't dead. In fact, the impact felt no worse than jumping off a 1-meter-high platform. Not to mention, this level of impact wouldn't even kill an ordinary person. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a dark, ancient underground temple. Just one glance was enough to confirm that he had entered a different dimension or plane of existence. At the far end of the temple, beyond a massive gate, was a world of endless blizzards under a gloomy sky, a cold, lifeless world filled with the stench of decay. Above him, Knight could still see the starry night sky of Rome. Welcome to the land of the dead, mortal of the earth. A melodious female voice suddenly rang out. When? Subconsciously, Knight drew the twin spears he carried, turning toward the source of the voice. In the corner of the temple, a hooded woman sat on a set of stairs. Her tight-fitting dress beneath the cloak accentuated her plump figure, an S-shape that could drive any man wild. Even without seeing her face, she exuded an irresistible allure that could make man swoon over her. As she slowly removed her hood, she revealed beautiful golden hair and blue eyes as mesmerizing as the sky. Her delicate, porcelain-like skin made her even more stunning, and she radiated a magnetic charm, or perhaps a divine aura. It was a presence that no mortal could resist. Her soft lips parted slightly, and it was as if she was whispering something, her breath warm against his ear. Knight didn't catch what she said. Even in his state of absolute calm, he lost consciousness for a moment before snapping back to awareness. It was innate charm. Because of the aura that was emanating from her body all the time, even though he was already on guard, Knight still fell under her spell the moment he laid eyes on her. The intensity of the experience jolted him awake, and he immediately went on high alert, his hair standing on end. He hadn't sensed anyone in that direction earlier. In other words, the other party wasn't human at all. She had no life force. And just seeing her face had nearly ensnared him. While Knight couldn't boast about his strength, his mental resistance was something even Hector had once admired. So, just revealing her face was enough to ensnare heroes? Any other hero would have been completely charmed from just one look, willing to die for her. And recalling the words she had spoken earlier. This place was the land of the dead? Correct. The underworld beneath this land, hero Aeneas. The girl spoke with a tone of delight, welcoming Knight. But the name she used for him was quite unexpected. Aeneas? Knight's pupils contracted slightly. He hadn't expected to hear that name. Wasn't that the name of Hector's brother, the only hero to escape the Trojan War and later establish the precursor to Rome? Why are you calling me Aeneas? You should be able to tell that my aura is different from his. Knight said coldly, already preparing for a fight. Rome had an underworld too, and it was beneath Carthage's land. If this was the underworld, then the reason why there was no sense of any breath in the snowstorm world outside was because it was full of dead people. Since it was the underworld, it also explained the lack of life energy. Aeneas is Aeneas, the hero chosen by the will of Rome's land. Didn't you come here specifically to see me? The girl suddenly showed a sorrowful look, her gaze fixed on Knight. Her expression that seemed to say, if you deny it, I'll cry, made Knight feel silent for a moment. At the same time, he also noted her mention of being chosen by Rome's land conscious nay. It was obvious that she could sense the blessing on him. But Knight had no intention of playing along with her role-playing game. He even drew his weapons. Speak plainly. His gaze locked onto the girl's delicate neck, then her chest and slender waist, ready to take action at any time. Of course, this wasn't the gaze of a lecher, but one focused on vital points. His cold eyes left no doubt that if he didn't get the answers he wanted, he would blast her beautiful head apart with his spear. The beauty that could make heroes kneel and grovel seemed to have no effect on Knight. Rejected again? Rejected again, Aeneas. What a heartless man. Haha. The girl's voice turned icy, even excited. She didn't seem to care about Knight's gaze, even standing up and trying to approach him, reaching out to touch his face. She was quite petite and needed to stand on tiptoe to reach his face while looking into his eyes, a gesture that made her seem playful and cute. Then. Boom. Before her hand could touch him, Knight's spear shattered her head like a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere. Thud. The last fleeting look of surprise on the other party's delicate face seemed to be still vivid, but Knight did not retract his weapon. Instead, he looked at the headless female corpse lying in a pool of blood at his feet and spoke. Stop pretending, clean up this disgusting mess. The next moment, the blood flowed backward. The scattered flesh and bone reassembled, and the girl stood up, her expression now completely twisted. Although that face was still cute even when it looked ferocious, the other person's eyes had turned blood red at some point, and were filled with curses, hatred, and madness, a will that could drive an ordinary person insane with just one glance. The other person stuck out her tongue slightly and made a face, but her lovely face looked unexpectedly scary at this moment. Chapter 132, Alyssa, Queen Dido? No, the Dragon of Carthage. 1,108 words. The corner of her mouth curled up into a smile. So. After hundreds of years apart, this is how you repay me? Aeneas. I curse you, I curse your Rome. In the name of Alyssa, I will destroy everything you love. As she spoke these words, the temple suddenly changed. Knight's earlier action seemed to have triggered something. The temple was now filled with the sounds of wailing, curses, and insults. Countless spectral apparitions suddenly appeared in the hall, all clad in armor. Knight recognized the style. He had seen it before in Rome, among the trophies collected by the nobles, the armor of Carthaginian soldiers. Recalling Caesar's account of hearing the wails of thousands of spirits when he passed by the ruins of Carthage. I knew Caesar wouldn't lie to me. And when he heard the name Alyssa from the girl, something clicked in his mind. Alyssa, Alyssa. Are you Dido? Queen Dido of Carthage? Alyssa, the daughter of King Muto of Tyre in Phoenicia, was given the name Dido by the Libyans, meaning wanderer. It was Dido who led a group of wanderers to establish the city of Carthage. The hero Aeneas, after fleeing Troy, arrived in this land and begged Dido for shelter. The two fell in love. But under the orders of the Olympian gods, Aeneas was driven to cross the Mediterranean and establish Rome, leaving Dido behind, even though she had offered to share her throne and rule Carthage with him. Aeneas' betrayal and abandonment turned Dido's love into hatred. She cursed Aeneas and the land of Rome he would later establish. She then wrote her final words and threw herself into a funeral pyre. From that moment on, Carthage, following her final instructions, was to be Rome's eternal enemy, sworn to destroy Aeneas' Rome. Of course. This was just a mythological tale, with no historical evidence. But now, the myth was unfolding right before Knight's eyes. The girl who called herself Alyssa, like a queen, issued a command: kill him. Let the blood of the hero Aeneas stain this underworld. Hateful Aeneas. This time, you will not leave Carthage. You will sleep here with me, forever. Then, the spirits erupted. A horde of spirits surged forward, overwhelming in their numbers. A true undead cataclysm. Knight quickly engaged in battle with his twin spears, converting his life force into something similar to mana burst. At this moment, he no longer cared about the cost as crimson lightning spread across his body as he charged into the spirits. Fortunately, this magecraft-like energy was effective against the spirits. For the time being, Knight didn't have to worry about physical attacks being useless against them. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Like a human lightning bolt streaking across the ground, he hurled one of his spears to clear a path. It wasn't a throwing technique, just a simple spear imbued with mana burst properties. In the next moment, he charged along the path opened by the spear, heading straight for the girl. The latter didn't move. Instead, she smiled, her crimson eyes filled with mockery and encouragement, as if saying, keep going. Next time for sure. Afterwards, countless undead spirits turned into shields and stood in front of him. They let out shrill howls, and even the air was shaken. Knight's momentum was halted by the shockwave. By the time he recovered and fought his way through the spirits, the girl had already moved to another location. Keep it up. Handsome big brother. I love the way you fight. Fight, fight, keep fighting. Show me the power hidden deep within you. At this moment, RHE golden-haired, crimson-eyed girl tilted her head with a sweet smile, but her temperament could not return to the sacred appearance of her previous blue eyes, as if she was a red spider lily in hell. All that was left was the cuteness yet the devilish nature of choosing who to kill. However, the girl soon froze all over. Because in the next moment, Knight's figure vanished from her sight. Just as she showed a look of confusion, Knight suddenly appeared behind her, without her noticing, slashing down with his sword. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. A scythe attached to a chain blocked the attack. The girl, holding the other end of the chain in her hands, suddenly leaped away from Knight, her expression one of surprise. Your speed. What's going on? Hey, how can a human in this era possess such divine speed? Her wide, adorable eyes were filled with disbelief, as if she had witnessed something unimaginable. Knight didn't respond. Having inherited the divine speed talent of the hero Achilles, he naturally stood out in this era of Rome. But he saw no need to explain that to her. He merely spoke. You're not the Queen of Carthage, are you? At least, not Queen Dido. The girl was slightly stunned, then a smile appeared on her face and she asked, oh? Why do you say that? She didn't deny it. Whether it's curses, killing intent, or hatred, it's all superficial. My perception is strong enough to distinguish that these emotions don't belong to you. They're just part of your power. Your true emotions, aside from killing intent, are only killing intent. If you were truly Queen Dido, and you mistook me for Aeneas, you couldn't possibly lack even a trace of hatred. Curses? Killing intent. Hatred? Still killing intent. So, aside from wanting to fight me and kill me, you have no other thoughts, right? It was precisely because Knight could sense the other party's pure emotions and soul that he was certain she wasn't the Queen of Carthage. However, there was one thing he couldn't figure out, so he asked plainly. We shouldn't know each other, right? Why do you harbor such intense killing intent toward me? Who are you, really? The girl listened to Knight's words without interrupting. Under her command, the spirits also ceased their attacks. By the time he finished speaking, the girl's face was flushed, and her body trembled uncontrollably. It wasn't fear of being exposed, nor was it fear of Knight's power, it was excitement. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Dragon of Rome's land, hero chosen by the will of Rome's soil. A newborn dragon. I really like you. So that's how you figured it out? The girl felt happy and even delighted, as she thought she had found someone of the same kind. Only someone equally pure could sense the real her beneath the surface. A desire for battle, to fight and fight forever, not out of any enmity or reason, but simply the urge to kill. This generation's Aeneas, she was utterly captivated by him. Chapter 133, The Crimson Dragon Soaring to the Sky, Romans, Dragon. 1182 words. Impossible. With overwhelming strength and physical superiority, except for being slightly slower, how could she lose? She had already reduced her opponent to a breath away from death at the start. How could she lose? For Helena, who had lived for centuries but had little exposure to the vastness of the world and was still just a baby dragon, this was her first battle against such a freak with battle continuation EX. She was starting to doubt her life choices. A life and death struggle, fighting with all her might. This was something she had always loved, something ingrained in her genetic instincts. Though she also had the gentle and emotional side of a young girl, when it came to battle, she was a natural apex predator, unafraid of any challenge. Yet, the scene before her was something she couldn't comprehend. She wasn't afraid of being killed by a stronger opponent in battle. After all, even though death was terrifying, and as an undead being, what would happen if she died again? The most would be that she would just disappear? But if she lost in battle, it would mean she was too weak. Isn't it natural for the weak to be preyed upon by the strong? Honestly. To be born from the resentment of countless Carthaginian spirits and grow up in the underground temple, Helena's only real quirk was her love for battle and slaughter. Her personality wasn't particularly twisted, which was already a miracle. This obsession allowed her to maintain a pure heart, but now she was faced with a phenomenon that pure heart couldn't understand. The strong kill the weak, overwhelm them with power. If the weak want to defeat the strong, they must use technique to fight. Yet, the man before her, who had also abandoned technique, was now fighting her on equal terms. No. Not equal terms. Helena took a deep breath, enduring the pain of her bleeding wounds, and calmly stared at the incredibly powerful figure in front of her. What shook her young heart to the core was the fact that every time they clashed, the man's injuries were worse than hers. But no matter how severe his wounds, he just wouldn't fall. Even when his bones were exposed to the air, with only shreds of flesh hanging on, his body still moved. What is this? Guts, willpower? Or some kind of will that exists only in fantasy, capable of resisting even death? Even the epics of the mythological era wouldn't dare write something like this. So weak, yet so strong. It made her deeply fascinated. What is this? Fight, use this power to battle, follow the purest desire for destruction. The girl named Helena had taught Knight how to truly fight, even to enjoy battle. In the past, his battles had always been restrained. Because he had reservations during battle, his movements became sluggish, his body heavy. Or he relied on absolute power to crush his opponents, never once pushing his body to its limits. Because he was so desperate to live, he absolutely resisted death, but that didn't mean he should resist danger itself. Running might lead to death, but fighting could offer a chance at survival. So, he actually enjoyed the thrill of battle. In a certain moment, experiencing the same joy as the girl, Knight's lips curled into a smile. Then, he felt a familiar power surge within him. Blue flame mode. Though he couldn't see his current appearance, Knight knew he had entered that state again, and this time it was different. There was a faint, thrilling sensation, as if his bloodline was surging even more intensely, being developed to an even deeper level. In fact, he had already lost consciousness. But, in the last moment before losing consciousness, he threw a spear and heard the girl's call and challenge. He wanted to respond. But even that final burst of strength had exhausted him, not to mention his body was full of holes. At the very least, he had to see this battle through to the end. With that final thought of responding to the girl's expectations, even as his consciousness faded completely, his body moved on instinct. And then, it was a fight to the death. By the end, the blessings of Apollo and the land of Rome were shining brightly. Relying on the light of miracles and the continuation of battle, the blessing of Rome's land continuously increased his strength. And during the battle, especially against the girl who was the dragon of Carthage's land, this blessing grew even deeper. By the end of the fight, Night, who couldn't even defeat Helena in her normal state, had forced her into a semi-dragon transformation, maintaining her crimson flame form for an extended period, yet still unable to defeat him. Unable to die, and continuously gaining buffs to grow stronger, finally. After another clash, Helena felt like she was about to faint from blood loss. She gritted her teeth, on the verge of bleeding. How could she lose to someone so much weaker than her in a direct confrontation? Burn every piece of flesh, evaporate every drop of blood, it didn't matter. She wanted victory. 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 She wanted to defeat the man before her. Conquer this unbelievable man. How could such a joyous battle end in such an absurd way? Let me see your limits, big brother. I swear by the name Helena, I will kill you. Her gaze, filled with unwavering killing intent, locked onto Night. She didn't want to disappoint this man. It was precisely because of his deep fighting spirit that Helena, despite her growing fear of his bizarre and unyielding form, found her passion overcoming that fear. She would never retreat. Even if she were torn apart, even if she were ground to dust, she would absolutely respond to this fighting spirit. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. Time came to dawn. On the ruins of the new city of Carthage, countless Romans had awakened, and the sun had risen. Just as the workers were getting up to continue their construction, they suddenly heard the roar of a dragon. In the next moment, from the abyss beneath the collapsed square, a crimson demon dragon shot straight into the sky. On its back was a figure covered in blood, his limbs tightly locked onto the dragon's back. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The atmosphere shook as the red dragon, with Night on its back, soared into the heavens. This scene was witnessed by countless Romans, who were instantly stunned, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads, trembling in fear as if they were hallucinating, staring at the sky. What is that? A dragon. A dragon. An evil dragon. Has the mythological era returned? Impossible. Are dragons real? At this moment, it wasn't just the ordinary Roman citizens and workers. Even Scipio, who had already woken up and looked up at the commotion, witnessed the majestic form of the great red dragon, like a queen of the sky. Scipio's pupils contracted. At this moment, he felt his worldview had been severely shaken. A red dragon, a dragon? Chapter 134, Transforming into a Meteor to Strike the Earth. 1242 words. Ah, so this is what that sound was. When his consciousness drifted into chaos, only occasionally regaining a sliver of clarity, Night, in this state, heard a heartbeat clearer than the one he had heard when he first arrived at the center of the square. The so-called heartbeat of the earth was, in fact, the heartbeat of a dragon. Now, all his doubts were resolved. Why had the wolf, a sacred beast statue, collapsed? Why had the earth pulsed like a heartbeat? As a dragon born from the will of Carthage's land, how could it tolerate a wolf standing above it? Similarly, a proud dragon would never allow any other creature to ride on its back, even if that creature was of its own kind. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. The red dragon soared through the sky, stirring up terrifying gales. Helena, now fully transformed into a dragon, tried to shake Night off her back. But his limbs clung to her like claws, refusing to let go. She could feel that the man on her back was incredibly weak, his breathing almost indistinguishable from a corpse's, his consciousness completely lost. Yet his body was still fighting. The flickering flame of his life, like a candle in the wind, refused to be extinguished. The blue flames in his eyes flickered, revealing the cold gaze of a predator. Unfathomable. Like the earth and sky, once separated by the gods, now merging back into one, the queen of the sky was bound, no longer free to soar. Though Night had not transformed into a dragon like her, in Helena's eyes, he was no different from a dragon now. So strong. Strong enough to make one tremble, strong enough to shake one's very will. What is the most crucial factor in tipping the scales of victory in a battle between dragons? If someone had asked Helena this question in the past, she would have smiled and answered without hesitation, strength. But now, she wasn't so sure. After transforming into a dragon, not only was her strength immense, but even her speed, which was once her weakest point, far surpassed his. Yet, even now, she couldn't shake off the figure stubbornly clinging to her back. Compared to the red dragon, the rider on her back was incredibly small. So small that the people on the ground couldn't even see him. The Roman citizens could only see a crimson figure shining like a path of light across the sky. Helena flew higher and higher, heading toward the upper layers of the atmosphere. As she ascended, Knight began to suffer from oxygen deprivation, but for him, whose body was now fully engulfed in the blue flames, this disadvantage had little effect. Each breath was like the turning of the universe, each exhale a reflection of the world's myriad wonders. Ether, like sparks, surrounded him, replacing oxygen and fueling his parched body to continue fighting. Like a furnace. Knight's burning form made the red dragon's back feel scalding hot. This is... Helena was shocked when, suddenly, the man moved on her back. Bam! He pulled his fist out of the dragon's flesh, then, like a dragon's claw, brutally plunged it back in. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A white shockwave erupted in the sky. The red dragon's body shook violently, letting out a mournful cry. But the figure on her back remained unmoved. In the next moment, he clamped his legs around the dragon's back and began to attack wildly with both hands. Asterisk bam. Asterisk. Asterisk bam. Asterisk. Torrents of blood rained down from the azure sky, the scalding dragon blood piercing countless holes in the ground below, where the ruins of Carthage lay. Countless Roman citizens screamed and began to flee. The red dragon endured the pain and continued to fly toward the horizon. She had a mad plan, to take Knight with her as she plummeted from the stratosphere, transforming into a meteor to strike the earth. With such force, their bodies would ignite from the friction with the atmosphere halfway down. By then, no matter how strong the man's will, his battered body would be torn to shreds. Though the result might not be pleasant for Helena, who was already severely injured, and might even lead to her death. But... I don't want to lose, I don't want to lose, I absolutely don't want to lose. For the first time in her life, a strong sense of unwillingness surged within her. Ah, so this is what it feels like to be unwilling. I want to win. I want to keep winning, to continue this exhilarating battle with this man. By now, she had long forgotten about fate, forgotten about the struggle between the dragon of Carthage and the dragon of Rome, forgotten about the need for revenge against the hero Aeneas. What nonsense is fate? She didn't wait here all these years just to kill someone or to live for someone else. The gods who trapped her here. The gods who kept her imprisoned in this lonely, dark world of the dead, unable to leave until the hero Aeneas arrived. The gods who demanded she avenge her so-called mother. If it's revenge she seeks, the enemy she would burn herself to ashes to destroy and kill is none other than the gods themselves. The decision to fight Knight to the death was never about divine prophecy or the commands of the gods. It was her own heart. The moment she saw him, she felt the joy of meeting a kindred spirit. She wanted to fight him, she wanted to clash with him. As for the reason? That's nonsense. Do dragons need a reason to fight each other? When a powerful being encounters another powerful being, every cell in their body rejoices, urging them to fight, to revel, to celebrate. This was more than enough reason for her. And so, she extended the invitation to battle and he accepted. Both of them, with intense joy, immersed themselves in this primal, all-out battle, the first of its kind since their birth. So weak, yet this comrade, who could have been torn apart with a single strike from her true power, displayed infinite resilience, fighting her to this point and still growing stronger. To respond to this wholehearted fighting spirit. How could she lose? How could she lose here? Would she have to make excuses, saying she lost to a weaker comrade because her will wasn't strong enough? That would be an immense shame. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. As the red dragon soared to its highest point, Knight, who was now bare-chested and disheveled, raised his head and looked toward the sun on the horizon. For a moment, his consciousness returned. As the red dragon turned, with his back to the sun, he looked down at the dragon diving rapidly toward the earth in a suicidal attack and suddenly laughed. At this moment, his lips curling into a ferocious, manic grin, even more unrestrained than when Helena had revealed her true nature. The blue flames around him blazed fiercely as he spoke. Don't kid yourself. You damn perverted dragon. The weak should just fall. He raised his right fist as if grasping the sun itself. Boom, crimson lightning began to crackle across Knight's body, mana burst. He would squeeze every last bit of his life into the final 13 seconds, releasing it all just before hitting the ground. The moment his consciousness returned, his strong combat instincts immediately recognized Helena's plan and formulated a response. Chapter 135, Even in Death, I'll Drag You Back from Hell, Big Brother. 1,342 words. You want to end this with a suicidal attack, a mutual destruction, betting on who will survive? That madness and resolve filled Knight with endless joy. But there can only be one ruler of the battlefield, one master of the sky and earth. No matter what kind of resolve, willpower, or determination you have, I'll crush it all. Helena wanted to decide the outcome of the battle that way, but Knight refused to allow it. Even with battle continuation EX, he could feel himself teetering on the edge of his limits. Without a dragon's body, he turned his flesh into a dragon's heart, drawing mana directly from the atmosphere to strengthen himself. The sky became his veins, the light of the sun his guide to victory. Devour my flesh, become the heart of a human, and stake everything on these 13 seconds. After 13 seconds, he would surely die just before hitting the ground. But if he could defeat Helena within those 13 seconds, he would win. Boom. His fist, crackling with crimson lightning, struck the dragon's face, causing it to veer off course. But it continued its descent toward the earth. The red dragon roared, not responding to Knight, her eyes filled with madness as she accelerated toward the ground below. She would prove with her actions who was stronger. Even in a battle of wills, after centuries of loneliness and suffering, she was confident her will was second to none. Asterisk bam, 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 bam. Asterisk. Fists rained down like a storm. In the sky, the meteor formed by the two of them grew larger and larger. Their bodies began to burn, but neither cared about the searing pain. Fight, fight, fight. This was a battle of strength and will. Neither was willing to admit they were the weaker one. In the end, boom. The two figures, transformed into massive meteors, crashed together into the earth several kilometers outside Carthage. Yet, the terrifying heat wave still instantly swept toward the city, scorching all the grasslands along the way before finally dissipating just before reaching New Carthage. Countless Roman citizens were left in lingering fear. Gulp. What was that just now? People hurriedly opened their doors and windows, staring in horror at the black smoke rising in the distant sky. Once the earthquake completely subsided, Scipio immediately ordered his troops to investigate. At that moment, inside an enormous crater, the red dragon girl had already reverted to her human form. Her clothes were completely torn apart, exposing her fair, delicate skin to the air. However, inch by inch, her flesh began to crack like burning embers. By the end, her entire body was covered in scorched, charred flesh. Helena slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, her pupils, now turned into a deep, brilliant blue, glanced at the scorched remains beside her, now nothing more than an unrecognizable pile of non-combustible waste, barely retaining a humanoid shape. Her entire body trembled, causing the burnt fragments on her skin to fall away. In the next moment, flawless, smooth, and tender new skin, as delicate as an eggshell, was revealed beneath. Ignoring her current state, Helena suddenly hugged her legs and curled up into a squatting position, shutting herself off from the world. She recalled the final moments of their battle. It was as if Knight had instantly sensed her resolve to transform into a meteor and bet everything on a final, earth-shattering strike. And at the moment he ignited himself, she also felt his heart. That blazing, battle-hardened soul, the frenzied attacks, the overwhelming will, so overpowering that for a moment, Helena truly believed she would be beaten to death within 13 seconds. Yet in fact, unlike the other party, she had been nurtured by the land of Carthage from the very beginning. Even though no one taught her how to fight when she was young, even though, for a dragon, a few hundred years still meant she was just a hatchling. Her draconic body had already grown to an unfathomable level of strength. In other words, simply a blood tank. No matter how desperately Knight pushed his limits, no matter how his strength skyrocketed every second under the blessings of Roman soil, when it came to endurance, he had already lost. Helena knew it, the one who would have the last laugh would be her. Yet, in the final moments, fear overtook her. She was afraid of losing. Just the mere thought of that possibility was enough to freeze the fiery, joyous soul that burned within her. She didn't want to lose. And so, at the very last moment, she unleashed a technique she had grasped through her battle with Knight, something her body had comprehended through sheer instinct. She used a skill. Before the 13 seconds of burning could fully run out, before her body was completely consumed, she made her move at the 11th second, transforming into a meteor and striking down upon the earth. She was obviously the stronger warrior, yet out of fear of failure, she had resorted to a technique against a weaker opponent. In that moment, she felt something inside her shatter. Even so, she still didn't want to lose to this man. Tears suddenly welled up in Helena's eyes, tears of frustration. She bit down hard on her silver teeth, unable to comprehend this strange, overwhelming emotion. She had won. She should have won. And yet, why did she feel so empty, so lost, like a pathetic fool, a loser mourning her own defeat, licking her wounds in solitude? Suddenly, Helena stood up and walked toward the charred humanoid figure. Live. You hear me? Live. Fight me again, this time, I'll defeat you fair and square. She grabbed his shoulders and shook him violently, but Knight's shoulder suddenly crumbled away, disintegrating into black dust. Seeing this, Helena let out a heart-wrenching wail, the kind of anguished cry one makes when losing someone they love. She clutched her face in her hands and sobbed. How could you just die on your own like this, leaving me behind to survive alone in this world? She had lost the chance to ever defeat this man. Her beloved Aeneas. Even if she defeated countless powerful enemies in the future, even if one day she became the dragon of Ragnarok, exacting vengeance upon the gods, she would never again feel the thrill of victory. Get up. Get up, damn it. Aren't you Rome's guardian hero? The hero chosen by the will of the Roman land. I'm going to take my dragon form and annihilate Rome's city-states right now. If you don't wake up and stop me, I'll burn your beloved Rome to the ground. Even then, will you still not return from the underworld? At that moment, the faint will of the Roman land stirred. As Knight's body finally fell into the embrace of the earth, the protective blessing that allowed him to endlessly recover as long as he stood upon Roman soil, began to activate. However, it was already too late. Though Knight's soul and consciousness still lingered, his physical body had been utterly destroyed. The destructive power of the red dragon continued to erode his very cells, leaving no room for regeneration. Battle Continuation EX had long since been depleted. Finally, Helena thought of something as a sudden decision flashed through her mind. She leaned down and pressed her lips against what was roughly the humanoid remains of his mouth, offering her first, youthful, and inexperienced kiss. Since Knight no longer had the ability to resist, he could do nothing but accept her actions. After Helena's face turned an unnatural shade of red, the soul-binding contract was established. Buzz. A crimson magic circle shone beneath them. As the faint soul connection solidified, a wild, unrestrained yet adorable smile bloomed on Helena's face. Now, even if you escape to the underworld, one day I'll track you down through this bond, drag your soul back from the abyss and continue our battle. Don't think you can get rid of me that easily, big brother. Chapter 136, Knight, so this was my escape route. I'm outta here. 1,230 words. How could I allow you to escape alone? Although living for centuries among mindless undead, filled only with curses and resentment, had twisted Helena's personality. But apart from her recklessness and wildness in fighting, she was still reserved in other aspects, still retaining her girlish heart. Since she wasn't completely closed off from the world, of course, she fully understood what she had just done. A kiss was something meant for lovers, for those held dear. And she didn't mind if Knight became her mate. For a dragon, only a partner who could defeat them in battle was worthy of their approval. The weak had no right to reproduce. A dragon's way of thinking was that simple, that brutal. From the moment she fought him, she had become infatuated with his powerful form, deeply enamored with the thrill of their clashes. If she had to choose a mate, why not someone who could let her fight to her heart's content? Why not fight with him until the very end of the world? Her love for him burned so fiercely that she wanted to devour his flesh and blood, tear him apart. If such a passionate emotion wasn't love, then what was? Like her mother? A simpering fool who groveled at the feet of a man, offering up her own country, only to be abandoned in the end? Helena's face twisted with disdain. To love a man was to completely conquer him, or to be conquered. To subjugate him with power. If she had been the queen of Carthage back then, and the first Aeneas had dared to run away, she would have roasted him with dragon breath, severed his legs with a scythe, and chained him to her side forever. And if he was accidentally killed by himself in the process, it would only prove that Aeneas was too weak and wasn't worthy of her in the first place. Helena had absolute confidence in her judgment. However, just as she smugly assumed that everything was fine and signing a one-sided soul contract was enough, that it was only a matter of time before she could track Knight down through their bond. The next moment, her expression froze. Right then, Knight's soul aura vanished entirely from her perception. Boom! A blinding surge of magic erupted into the sky. It was a wild, wicked power, as if it had crawled up from the depths of hell itself, staining the land a deep crimson. Helena's sapphire eyes turned scarlet once more. A twisted grin stretched across her lips. Huh? Who? Which damn god interfered? The 12 Olympians? The brutish Norse gods? Or perhaps the Fae of the Celtic Isles? To steal Knight's soul right from under her nose and hide it away? Heh, what nerve! Swish. The next moment, a cloak of blood-red magic materialized over Helena's shoulders, draping down to obscure her enticing figure. Now, she looked just like a fairy tale Little Red Riding Hood, adorable, seemingly harmless. Of course. Anyone who mistook her for a harmless girl was doomed. Meanwhile, little did she know that someone hadn't actually stolen Knight's soul. His simulation universe had merely reached its conclusion, and the system had automatically calculated the results before ejecting him. When Knight opened his eyes, he found himself staring at Black Tower. She was lazily swinging her legs, watching him with an amused expression. Looking at the beauty in front of him, Knight couldn't help but speak. Surprisingly pure colors. Black Tower? Then, as if realizing something, she suddenly pressed a hand over her skirt, hiding her exposed underwear. Her face turned slightly red, but her expression remained composed as she spoke. One good news, one bad news. Which do you want first? Bad news. Bad news is that you're dead. The Rome simulation universe test is over. Just like that, thrown into a battle out of nowhere, fought his heart out, and then, boom. Dead. Sure, he always knew the Rome universe was a deep, murky pool. But he never expected to drown so quickly. Still, wandering around and searching for miracles, it was quite the discovery. In the back of his mind, Knight mentally marked the location of Carthage's ruins. Until he became strong enough to slap that she-dragon into submission with one hand. He wasn't setting foot there. Not to get wrecked again. In the simulated universe, he can fight to his heart's content and fight with all his might when necessary. But in the real universe, he only had one life, so he had to be cautious when necessary. And the good news? You have accomplished several great feats in the Roman universe, all of which are enough to reach the level of a historical transition period. In other words, your rewards are ready for calculation. Then bring it on. Now, this was real good news. He had already managed to bring Apollo's blessing out of the Greece universe. As for Rome? He wasn't sure what he'd get yet, but if he could extract Rome's land-based divinity, then. Thinking about that absurd physical enhancement, the continuous reinforcement, and even Helena's initial mercy had all helped him grow strong enough to fight a dragon head-on. Though, of course, Blue Flame mode had also played a major role, and Helena also activated the Red Flame mode accordingly. Afterward, the system entered its settlement phase. Soon, a flood of information filled Knight's mind. First was the blessing of Rome's land, this was intact and directly carried over. Next was the 43 heroes of the Ebro River, a conceptualized reward from the Roman universe's historical recognition of his great deeds. Similar to the noble phantasms or reality marbles in the Typemoon universe, this ability had become a power akin to his own authority, something he could wield effortlessly. Whenever he needed, he could summon the spirits of the 43 warriors who had fought alongside him. Enhanced by the blessing of legend, these 43 heroes were no longer ordinary soldiers but had been significantly strengthened. Moreover, as Knight's power grew, so too would the strength of his soldiers. While this ability might not seem overwhelmingly powerful at first glance, 2 particularly special individuals among the 43 could also be summoned. One was Tiberius Gracchus. Just imagining the expressions of the Romans who had lived from the previous era when they saw Gracchus' spirit summoned in reality brought a smile to Knight's face. It would undoubtedly be a fascinating sight. The second was Karl. This old comrade, who had once died, could now be revived in another form in the real world. If his speculation during the battle beneath the ruins of Carthage was correct, the family name Lista was problematic. Or rather, like the Julius family, it was another branch of the bloodline of the hero Aeneas. A family that had inherited the combat techniques of the hero Aeneas. Descendants of a hero's bloodline. No wonder Karl, despite being the most injured, had held out until the end alongside Knight and Tiberius at the Ebro River. Truly, no matter where you go, it's a world where bloodline supremacy reigns supreme. It's not that ordinary people can't become heroes, but it seems incredibly rare for them to reach the level of the truly powerful. Think about the Greek heroes vying for the title of the strongest. Almost all of them were of demigod lineage. Chapter 137, Don't Kiss Me After Kissing Someone Else. 1,174 words. However, soon, Knight no longer had to worry about the disparity brought by bloodline advantages. Because the Dragon of Rome. A separate reward, distinct from the blessing of Rome's land will, also appeared in Knight's mind. Derived from the blessing of Rome's land will, this reward originally allowed a mortal favored by the earth's will to gain power comparable to that of a pure-blooded dragon. If desired, they could even transform into a dragon at critical moments. This blessing is somewhat similar to the one in neighboring Britain, where the red dragon symbolizes Arthur. The power is so absurdly strong that it's practically a transformation. Once this blessing is bestowed, even if the blessing of Rome's land will is lost, the dragon's power will not dissipate. In the simulated universe, Knight had fully awakened this power from his bloodline. The earlier explosive flame mode was actually an innate ability of the dragon species, a domain on par with divine authority. In other words, from now on, even if he encounters heroes far stronger than him in terms of power and physical ability, he will no longer be completely defenseless. In addition, the achievements and bonuses from completing great deeds were automatically absorbed and integrated into the blessing of Rome's land will due to their similar nature, enhancing its level. If the previous rewards were already a bountiful harvest, what came next was either a pleasant surprise or a shock. Red Dragon's Soul Symbiosis Contract. Carthage's dragon, Queen of Earth and Sky, true name presumed, Helena? The Red Dragon, having signed a one-sided soul symbiosis contract, defaulted to binding her soul to the host in the absence of the host's conscious decision. From then on, both parties could sense each other's soul aura and approximate location. Even if hidden in the underworld or deep within Tartarus, they could still locate each other through this connection. Well, this left him a bit puzzled. Of course, he wasn't at a loss. After all, Rhee's contract allows the sharing of part of the Red Dragon's power, nourishing his body and helping him quickly overcome the awkward phase of slow physical growth in the real universe. In contrast, he doesn't need to offer anything in return. In other words, he just gets to freeload. This one-sided, almost predatory contract was initiated by the dragon herself? Thinking about that psychotic maniac, Knight's expression turned strange. What was she after? What did this mean, a free gift? Although, well, it didn't seem like he was at a disadvantage. In fact, he was getting a great deal. Whatever her motives were, it didn't matter. To be honest, no matter how he described her, or even though she was the one who killed him and thus ended the stimulation before his sensate-destroying plan could be completed, Knight didn't dislike or reject Helena. In fact, the final battle had given him a long-lost sense of physical revival. Ever since the existence of the Stellar Core, he had been under immense pressure to grow stronger. Though he didn't show it outwardly, anyone paying close attention could see through his primal and violent combat style that he needed an outlet for his emotions. That's why, after completing his great deeds in the Roman universe, he eagerly sought out places rumored to hold divine traces, not just to uncover the truth about the gods in the real universe, but also to let his mind run wild and relax a little. Being able to fight so recklessly was partly due to his dragon instincts, but it also revealed Knight's inherent craving for battle. While he was thinking about something, Black Tower, well, let's just call her Herta, spoke. By the way, there's another piece of news. The Roman universe seems to have some connection to the Greek universe. Although they are two separate, independent universes, they are deeply intertwined and influence each other. Hearing this, Knight was a bit puzzled. What do you mean? And so, she explained with a slightly strange expression, it means that what you do in the Roman universe might affect the past, Greek universe, and what you do in the Greek universe might affect the future, Roman universe. Even though they are two distinct worlds, you can practically treat them as one. Huh? Knight was stunned for a moment. But Herta had more good news for him. Due to his actions in the Roman universe, though it wasn't clear why, the cooldown for the Greek universe had been significantly reduced. Now, the Greek universe could be re-entered. If my predictions are correct, when you next enter the Greek universe and complete your achievements, the cooldown for the Roman universe will also shorten. So, Knight, feeling intrigued, spoke at this time. So, clear Rome, refresh Greece, clear Greece, refresh Rome. Wow, what a loophole. If this pattern held true, he could essentially farm achievements in the simulated universe without any downtime. Wait, no, balance is important too. He had already gained so much power, becoming many times stronger than he once was. While growing stronger was essential, there was no need to overdo it. Back in the ordinary world before his transmigration, he had already endured the grind of 996, even 007. Wasn't that painful enough? Now, in another world, was he supposed to keep grinding? He decided to stick to his own pace and grow steadily. Troy. Thinking of the Greek universe and the save point he was currently at, Knight estimated his current strength. With the blue flame mode, his physical abilities in short bursts should rival those of true heroes. If he factored in his various trump cards, similar to noble phantasms, and returned to the period of Thebes, Achilles would have been truly outmaneuvered. Forget it. No need to overthink it for now. It's time to return to the real universe. After bidding farewell to Herta and even stealing a passionate French kiss that left her blushing, Knight left. Looking at the guy leave the transfer station, Herta couldn't help but mutter, "Ugh, kissing me after kissing that dragon. Why do I feel a bit green?" As an AI, she didn't fully understand human emotions, but she felt inexplicably annoyed, and thought she should be annoyed. She didn't mention to Knight how Helena formed the contract with him. Well, that was because he didn't ask, and it wasn't a big deal anyway, especially since he was the one benefiting. Every time Knight entered the simulated universe, the bored Herta would hide in the transfer station and watch his exploits like a movie. Suddenly, she remembered something. Significant changes in the simulated universe's conceptual body can affect real-world history. For other worlds, it's manageable. But for this world, some people might retain their memories. Including that dragon. Thinking about this, Herta's lips curled into a smile. She rested her chin on her hand, crossed her legs elegantly, and let out a delighted laugh. The Carthaginian dragon, with her memories intact, now, this was going to be interesting. Chapter 138, found the big account password, Knight, who's the real divine family. 1,239 words. The moment Knight returned to reality, in the city of Rome. It was still nighttime. The time he had spent in the simulated Roman universe wasn't long, and in the real world, not even a full night had passed. However, after the journey he was mentally exhausted, so, he simply collapsed into sleep. This left the two little slave girls, Isla and Amy, who had been waiting for Knight's call and hoping for his attention, utterly disappointed. By the next morning, the sun rose in the east, praising the glory of Apollo. countless Romans began their new day. But in the minds of many, memories had subtly changed and so had reality. If the conceptual universe was the core, then the real universe was the surface layer formed by the flow of data. Changes in the core would cause the surface to shift, but a complete transformation was impossible. After all, too many variables were at play. It's like spilled water that can't be gathered back, or urine that can't be sucked back into the bladder, well directly. Even things that have evaporated, been consumed, or completely integrated into new life forms are difficult to restore to their original state, unless time itself is completely reversed. In the current reality of Rome, some core aspects have changed, while the finer details still align with the original history. And now, as the central figures of these pivotal events. Beneath the ruins of Carthage. Boom. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard in the underground underworld temple. Countless Carthaginian undead soldiers instinctively fled in all directions, and many of them rushed directly into the blizzard world outside the temple where the soul could be frozen to death. They were unwilling to stay in the temple even if they were frozen to death. This showed that they instinctively sensed something that was more terrifying than the blizzard world and that made them afraid. In the next moment, in the darkness, a pair of crimson dragon eyes opened. Clad in a cute little dress and a red hooded cloak, Helena opened her eyes with a hint of ferocity. At this moment, her delicate, beautiful face showed a mix of resentment and anger, as if her favorite toy had been taken away, along with a trace of deep-seated hatred. In this era, the hero Aeneas had not yet appeared. Even the so-called dragon of Carthage, Helena, had been greatly weakened by the fall of Carthage and had been in a deep slumber. Until now, when she awoke. "I'll find you, my hero, Aeneas." Helena, who was originally in resentment, suddenly seemed to have discovered something as her face lit up with a radiant smile, filled with joy. The direction of this aura was Rome? The dragon of Rome revived in Rome. Well, that sounded perfectly logical. At this moment, she could sense the life force of her soulmate. This was him. In other words, he had returned to life after centuries apart. Had he fought his way out of hell just to see her? Oh, the mere thought of this possibility made Helena's face flush red, even though she didn't fully understand emotions. It seemed she wasn't the only one eager for a second round of battle. At this moment, aside from a touch of tenderness and affection, Helena was mostly filled with anticipation and excitement. After all this time, how strong had he become after his revival? How strong? Strong enough to crush her with a single slap? Just imagining that level of strength from the beloved made Helena's face flush with excitement. Anything was possible? Maybe this time, she could be the weaker one challenging the stronger one? The other side. The lives of countless people had subtly changed, their memories now vastly different. Though the world was still heading toward the social war period. Some who were supposed to die had survived, and some who were supposed to live had died. The welfare and treatment of Rome's military had also improved significantly. As the core figure of this major event, Knight himself had gained many new memories and information. It was as if the world had been corrected, but his mind now held both the pre-correction and post-correction memories. Historically, there really had been a hero named Lista. The exact details of his name were vague, and for the upper echelons of Rome, it seemed to be a taboo subject, forbidden from being mentioned among the people. But among the common folk, the name Lista was still widely known. The last hero of Rome after the Battle of the Ebro River, the man who struck fear into the hearts of rebel forces during the Spanish War, like the legendary Blue Flame Knight. He was also the spiritual leader of countless soldiers, the man who, alongside the Gracchi brothers, proposed numerous reforms and brought corrupt nobles to justice. If the Gracchi brothers hadn't fallen ill and left Rome early, leaving no one to suppress the Senate, which then gradually recovered its strength after a period of decline, and started suppressing the name of that hero, he could have become even more famous. And at this time, due to the era's circumstances and his revised identity, Knight was still a noble inheriting the name of the Lista family. However, this identity only retained the corresponding paperwork, and he would need to go to the Senate to reactivate it. His name, naturally, was still Lista Knight. The family tree was absurd, well, he was the only one on it. Anyone with a bit of thought could connect him to that historical figure, they were clearly the same person. But his appearance and age didn't match. Still, those were trivial matters. What Knight cared about now was, did he just, apparently, cease to be undocumented? Forget being a Roman citizen, he had directly become a noble. According to the standard Roman promotion channels, for a commoner to become a noble, the only path was marrying into nobility or earning enough military merit. And Roman law now explicitly prohibited marriage between nobles and commoners. Unless you first achieved some political success. But then another problem arose. Most who achieved political success were newcomers supported by powerful noble families. It was a vicious cycle. It wasn't impossible for ordinary people to rise up, but apart from the military route, all other paths were practically blocked. Even going the military route without joining a faction would lead to suppression. But now. Knight, I'm done pretending. I, Lysta Knight, the bloodline heir of the hero Aeneas, have remembered the master password of Rome's founding ancestor. With a noble identity, many things would now be much easier. If before, he still had to rely a little on the power of the Caesar family and cooperate with them slightly, now, he could completely go solo. However, he could still take advantage of the Caesar family's favor. Although the family of the gods had declined, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. If he could absorb them as subordinates, they would surely become very useful, dogs. No, good brothers. After all, the Lysta family and the Julius family, though from different fathers and mothers, were still real brothers carrying the bloodline of Aeneas. Just like the connection between the Julius family and the Caesar family. If there was a main house and a branch family, placing the Lysta family above the Julius family, was that a problem? Chapter 139, Devil's Temptation. Can a god be someone who was once human? 1,369 words. Absolutely no problem. Lucius Caesar spoke with reverence. At this moment, time can fast forward to the point after Knight's awakening, after he had obtained the pass to the highest peak of the empire. He already had the capital to stand completely at the top of Rome and make all Romans serve him. If he had been an outsider, no matter how strong he was, due to Rome's inherent xenophobia and mythological pride, Romans would never easily accept an outsider ruling over them. But, do you even understand the weight of the title Rome's last hero? When Knight visited the Caesar family for the second time and met Lucius, he merely showed a bit of his newly learned magic power release. On this land where myths and legends still lingered, but people had yet to access true mysteries, the crimson thunder he unleashed stunned Lucius Caesar beyond words, shattering his worldview and making him feel that his very common sense had been utterly overturned. At that moment, Lucius Caesar was just like the young Scipio who once saw the great red dragon soar into the sky for the first time. Lucius even recalled the legends he'd heard from young Scipio many years ago. The crimson dragon that soared out from Carthage, and the red lightning that flashed in the sky. This lightning looked exactly like that myth. A fantastical being from an epic tale had appeared in reality? His expression was completely dazed. Even a man who had served as governor and consul, who had faced countless wars without flinching, lost all his composure in that moment, unable to understand. As for what Knight had just told him about the deep connection between the Lysta family and the Julius family, he didn't dare to doubt it at all. The general scene of their conversation roughly went like this. Knight, bro, I heard your family is the family of the gods? Lucius Caesar, proudly, of course. Knight, I say I am the one. Rubs hands together to conjure crimson thunder, releases innate dragon-kind pressure, and at the same time, displays the Lysta family identification. Lucius Caesar felt immense pressure, a complicated and shocked expression on his face, and finally opened his mouth with difficulty. I say, you are too. Can't even conjure up a dog poop miracle, and you dare call yourselves the family of the gods? At this moment, Lucius truly doubted whether the title of family of the gods his family had been carrying was fake, and the other party was the real deal. He even blushed with shame, feeling like his family's prestige had been nothing but inflated bravado, while the other was the real powerhouse. Thunder and lightning, wasn't that something only Jupiter, the king of the gods, was said to command in the legends? Although the color of this thunder was a little off, after all, it was crimson. But for a human to wield the might of heaven and earth, to harness natural disasters as their own power with effortless control. Just this alone was enough for Lucius Caesar to not dare utter a single word of protest. Instead, he could only marvel sincerely at the beauty and overwhelming power of the crimson lightning before him. Having served as a Roman consul for so many years, it wasn't as if he had never encountered inhumanly strong, monstrous individuals. But never had he met one who could command supernatural phenomena like thunder and lightning, with such terrifying might, and with a pressure unlike any creature he had ever known. This was also why Lucius Caesar started to really believe Knight. To possess this level of miraculous power, whatever the other party wanted, he would inevitably obtain it sooner or later. Even if this was all a deception, even if Knight intended to use him, Lucius would accept it. However, he didn't know what exactly Knight had come for this time. Could it be to reclaim the title of the family of the gods? This thought made Lucius Caesar a little uneasy. Faced with such strange and overwhelming power, he didn't want to anger the other party, but if they were to lose the family title that had been their pride and honor for generations, it would be hard for anyone to accept. Not to mention, the family of the gods' name had brought their family more than just honor, it had also granted them many intangible privileges. However, Lucius Caesar soon breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Knight showed no intention of taking the title. He merely hoped that, as brother families, the Julius family, specifically the Caesar branch, would serve under him in the future. As for the other families under the Julius line, Knight had little interest in personally subjugating them. After all, in this era, there were only a handful of people, like young Caesar, who could catch his eye. So, Knight looked at the guy in front of him and spoke. "What do you think of merging the Caesar family into the Lista family?" Lucius Caesar's face turned grim and troubled. "If that is your wish, I'll need to discuss it with the rest of the family." "Heh, just kidding. One day, Lista will become the main house of Caesar, and even the entire Julius family, but not now. Lucius, I will soon head to the Senate to restore my name. And I need you for that." As Knight's words continued to fall, Lucius Caesar accepted the command. In fact, Knight hadn't truly intended to have the entire Julius family merged under his name, he had only said that to test how far Lucius's bottom line extended. The simulated journey to Carthage in the cosmic sandbox, and the divine power he sensed from the statue in the central plaza when he first arrived in this world, had already told Knight that this world was far from simple. Tall trees attract the wind. Just revealing the many identities he already held was powerful and noble enough. To further expose himself to danger for the mere title of family of the gods would be pointless and unrewarding. Anyway, being able to use the Caesar family for his purposes was enough. Looking at Lucius, whose face didn't look too good at the moment, Knight knew that the man hadn't fully submitted yet. Anyone who'd been the dad of others for years, suddenly being asked to be someone's dog, to willingly lower themselves, it's hard for anyone to take. For someone already at the top of Roman society in this era, who would willingly accept someone being parachuted in above them. However, Knight didn't care about any of that. The corners of his mouth curled slightly as he said, "You've made the right choice, Lucius. Follow me, and you will witness a far broader world. Even growing into an existence akin to the legendary heroes of ancient myths is not an impossibility in the future. When an individual's power becomes strong enough to conquer an army alone, destroy a nation, and their lifespan grows with their physical strength, approaching divinity. Then tell me, at that point, would that human be called a hero, or the god of this era?" As Knight left behind those final words, he cast a light glance at Lucius. That look seemed to pierce through Lucius's heart, but completely ignored the defiance within him. No, not ignored, but rather absolute contempt. A gaze that didn't consider him a threat at all. Knight left in the end, but before leaving, he silently mouthed something that made Lucius's pupils shrank. He understood what Knight was saying in that final silent phrase. "You're welcome to bring people and challenge my authority anytime, if you're feeling unwilling. But be prepared to taste the consequences of failure. Do you have that kind of courage, Lord Lucius? Let's wait and see." Bang. After Knight left, Lucius clenched his fist and slammed it down hard on the table beside him. His face flickered between emotions, anger, confusion, frustration. Eventually, he gradually calmed down and recalled Knight's earlier words, seductive like the devil himself. To become a hero, or a god of this era. Gods can also be what humans become? Chapter 140, Caesar Family Tradition, Selling Daughters. Nieces are daughters too. 1,251 words. First give the stick, then the sweet treat. Suppressing someone with sheer power isn't enough. If you want your subordinates to devote themselves wholeheartedly, naturally you have to offer them something sweet. To ordinary people, power and wealth may be the ultimate supreme goal they can imagine. But for someone who already holds this world's pinnacle of power and wealth, what truly deserves pursuit is individual strength and long life, even if it means giving up everything else previously accumulated to obtain it. Knight painted a big dream for Lucius, and for someone as inexperienced as Lucius, who had just witnessed him demonstrate thunder, a divine authority supposedly only wielded by the king of gods. It was already enough to stir a bit of fantasy and desire in Lucius. Maybe Knight really could bestow those things upon him. If such power could be shared or granted. Even if he couldn't wield military might or destroy a nation, or gain a long lifespan, just the feeling of commanding thunder was enough to make him infinitely crave it. For someone who could attain the position of consul, especially in Rome, you either had ambition, or extreme ambition. A truly ambitious person would never miss a chance to change their fate. Once you've seen the truth of the world, there's no going back. At this moment, without Knight even needing to say it, Lucius was already thinking about boarding Knight's warship, ready to fully commit himself. To anchor himself to this path of glory, Lucius even wanted to offer something of his own. Suddenly, Lucius remembered his two beautiful young nieces. He recalled that Lysta Knight had only just arrived in Rome and likely didn't have many attendants yet, right? So why not offer a taste of local flavor to their new master, a bit of the Caesar family's unique cultural charm? Fresh, top-tier noble girls just coming of age, this kind of special gift wasn't something one could find everywhere. Later, when young Caesar offers his daughter to Pompey, we'll give him a thumbs up in retrospect. Lucius thought about many things. Even whether other families, if they discovered Knight's ability to wield thunder and his future promises, might also be tempted. Maybe not all members of those families, but those old monsters who had already lived long enough would definitely go crazy. And if that really happened, then future competition would be fierce. What Lucius hadn't considered at this moment was, Knight wasn't planning on subjugating any other noble families at all. Rather, most of those noble leaders now were also members of the Senate. That kind of trash, he had already wiped out a batch in the simulated universe. Keeping them around in real Rome would just make them parasites on the body of the Republic. If he hadn't purged them all at once, Rome would have already been in chaos. Back in the simulated universe, Knight had already sent that entire rotten bunch to the guillotine, not one left. Now, the Senate's existence was just a tool, a puppet, for Knight to quickly seize control of Rome. At this very moment, the many senators still enjoying their luxuries had no idea. A devil they'd long forgotten was about to return. And that devil was already baring his fangs in the shadows, watching them closely. Meanwhile, they were still hopelessly caught up in the factional struggle between Marius and Sulla, torn apart by civil war. And on the other side, just as Knight had left the Caesar family's area not long ago, now having just arrived at the downtown district, suddenly, a pitiful, coy, and cute voice rang by his ear. "This kind-hearted big brother, I'm selling matches, would you like to buy a box of matches? They're very cheap. Matches? Something that only appeared in Rome in the early 18th century, has it already shown up in this world's Rome? No, that kind of thing isn't really important. In terms of major history, the information still matches what Knight knows. But what he focused on at this moment was something else. The voice sounded familiar. Especially that adorable big brother tone. When Knight turned to look in the direction of the voice, and saw the match-selling girl's figure, suddenly, his pupils shrank. Helena. You recognized me in one glance? Ah, I'm so happy, I'm really happy. Big brother. Found you, caught you. This time I won't let you escape again. Helena, now dressed in a Little Red Riding Hood outfit, had a delicate and pretty face with a trace of madness and joy. It was none other than the dragon girl who had sensed Knight's aura in this era and ran up from the underworld beneath Carthage. And at this moment, Knight's hairs were standing on end. A monster among monsters, even in the simulated universe, under Rome's land-blessed stacking buffs and blue flame burst mode, with battle continuation EX, he still couldn't defeat her. In his current state. If he doesn't get the chance, or time, to undergo a wave of enhancements like before, he might be sent straight to the underworld in one hit. Urgent. Question: what's it like to just return to the newbie village and immediately get spawn-camped by the max-level final boss? How do you fix this? He had just used power and authority to intimidate and bully the Caesar family and turned around only to meet someone even more terrifying. Is this what they call the Wheel of Fortune? Knight's face turned completely dark. Wait. How did this woman get out from underground? Could it be that the simulated universe's influence even breaks seals in the real world? In this era, he hasn't even gone to Carthage yet, and without this generation's Aeneas opening the door for her, how did she escape? Are you ready? Helena showed an incomparably sweet smile on her face, her gaze burning as she stared at Knight, that look seemingly sticky enough to melt, as if she was going to devour him whole, full of aggression. What? Knight instinctively responded. After centuries apart, our long-awaited battle. Do your best to please me, my beloved Aeneas. This punch will be heavier than life itself. As Helena's words fell, Knight instantly got goosebumps, feeling a huge sense of danger. A battle, here? In the Roman capital, and in the city center, no less. Good grief, never mind whether he can even win, the 12 divine statues are right here, and if their fight gets even slightly intense, terrain destruction would be easy. If they accidentally blew up a statue of the 12 Olympian gods, would those deities descend from Mount Olympus and come beat him into mush? Knight took a deep breath. He quickly calmed down. He knew that in moments like this, staying calm was the most important. Not fighting. Eh? Why? Helena's small face showed a confused look, her fighting spirit suddenly deflating. Fights are only exciting when both parties are fully invested. This obviously resistant attitude instantly made it less fun for Helena. I can't win. I'm not your match right now. If we fight here, I'll die. Simple, direct. Having experienced the girl's true nature in combat, Knight knew exactly how to shut down her fighting intent. One sentence sealed the deal. And after hearing the reason, Helena suddenly recalled the memory of Knight dying, and how she had cried miserably and looked pathetic. She suddenly shivered, and when she now sensed high aura, she realized how incredibly weak he currently was. She immediately looked disappointed. Chapter 141, Senator, list a knight as a girl? 1,199 words. Is it because he just got resurrected that his combat power is so weak? Compared to their last battle, although his aura had strengthened a lot, thanks to the simulated universe's feedback, he still was far from being her equal. I understand. Then I'll stay by your side, and wait until the day you're strong enough to fight me head-on. This time, in a clash of wills, I won't lose to you again. Helena said, uncharacteristically serious. She said this quite naturally, but... Knight. So you want to freeload off me, eat, drink, and live for free? I don't think our relationship is that close yet. Don't say it like that, hee big brother. We're sole contract partners, you know? Staying close to me means you can borrow more power, and grow stronger faster. Mr. Roman Dragon, you don't want to slow down your power up just because you're far away from your lovely Miss Helena, right? For a dragon, becoming stronger is in your nature. Going against your nature isn't a good thing. Knight. Miss Mother Dragon from the island nation, please don't say such misleading things. But what Helena said did make him a bit tempted. And seeing that she truly had no intention of fighting anymore, Knight finally relaxed completely. Setting aside the danger she posed, her strength and looks were both top tier. Having her around wouldn't be shameful at all. Not to mention, she could help him get stronger. And as long as she didn't make a move for now, that was good enough for Knight. He ignored Helena and went back to his own business. Meanwhile, Helena, barefoot, hopped behind him with a cute smile on her face. This strange pair attracted quite a few gazes in the marketplace. Whether it was Knight or Helena, they each had a charm and aura that attracted the opposite sex, and together, they were even more striking. Like living aphrodisiacs, they instantly became the center of attention for all Romans in the market, stunning both men and women alike. And just like that, dragging along this clingy follower, Knight quickly completed the verification of his noble status. Not long after, the Senate held an emergency session due to this matter. Originally, as just a fallen minor noble, the Senate wouldn't have paid this much attention. But when they found out the name was Lygia, Strabo Pompey, who by now had fully become the patriarch of the Pompey family and was entering middle age, upon hearing this name, immediately grew alert and remembered a very dark era. Several senators trembled all over. And this matter quickly reached Marius's ears. With Sulla off campaigning, Marius's faction had temporarily taken the upper hand in the Senate. Marius, who was supposed to be accelerating his plan to seize control of the Senate in one move, was shaken deeply upon hearing the name Lysta. Now a middle-aged man himself, Marius also found it hard to keep calm. Lysta? Was it the same Lysta family from his memory? On his way to the Senate Council Hall, Marius felt somewhat deranged. He took a deep breath and forced a smile, telling himself he was just being overly sensitive. After all, that hero had disappeared for so many years. He probably wouldn't appear again. Even when the Gracchi brothers died, that man hadn't shown up, he must have completely vanished, or even. Marius didn't want to believe that the strongest figure in his heart had died out there. But he also didn't want that man to come back now. Because this era belonged to Marius. A single Rome doesn't need two sons. However, Marius wasn't too worried, just bearing the name Lysta. If it wasn't that figure from his memory, then the name itself held no meaning. However, just as Marius calmly began the meeting with the other senators, upon hearing the full name of the new noble announced by the senator in charge of this matter at the assembly. Regarding the identity restoration of Lord Lysta Knight, I hereby declare. Marius, wait. What did you just say? Lysta what? His eyes suddenly widened, staring intensely at the senator, his smile frozen as he rigidly asked the question. His agitated reaction drew strange looks from many senators who hadn't lived through that dark era. After all, far too many senators were beheaded by Knight that year. And afterward, when Knight left the simulated universe, the Gracchi brothers, who believed his disappearance to be a Senate conspiracy, also joined forces to purge the Senate, to the point that every year the severed heads of noblemen could pile up and cover the sewage grates at the gates of Rome. So many senators died, naturally replacements had to be made. Thus, while many were from that era, enough time had passed that many no longer remembered the name Lysta Knight clearly. But some of the older senators were different. At this moment, just like Marius, they revealed uneasy expressions, some were sweating profusely, their faces suddenly turning pale. You said, what was the name? Lysta what? It's Lysta Knight, my lord. Oh, sh*t, that really is the name? Impossible, could it be, he's returned? Maybe it's just the same name, yeah. Definitely just a coincidence. Just like back then, with Lord Sempronius Gracchus. Hell no, don't even bring up that name again. Can't you pick a better comparison? At this point, some elderly senators were already in a noisy uproar. In noble families, it's not unusual in Rome for descendants to inherit names, even to have the exact same name as their fathers. Not to mention surnames, for first names alone, Knight already knew 4 or 5 men named Gaius. And amid this clamor, someone suggested they first meet this Lord Lysta Knight, it might really just be a namesake. Thus, under the nervous gazes of many senators, some of whom could barely breathe, they heard footsteps echoing from outside the hall, knowing the new noble had arrived. Some senators even experienced physical discomfort and retched, feeling as if they had returned in a nightmare to those days of darkness, with countless gallows swaying before their eyes. Was it really that dramatic? Even the senators who had not lived through the dark times were now scared stiff. At first, they hadn't thought much of it, but seeing their colleagues fall into such panic and terror before even laying eyes on the man, it made them feel an eerie unease as well. Gulp. As silence fell over the grand hall, everyone suddenly held their breath, you could hear a pin drop. No one knew who swallowed first, but the footsteps were already near. Bang! A rough sound of the door being flung open rang out. A cute girl suddenly appeared before all the senators. Ta-da! Clearly an adorable and cheerful shout, yet it startled the senators so badly they shivered on the spot. Even Marius suddenly jumped from his seat, his body going stiff. F***ck. That loud and aggressive door slam just now nearly scared many senators to death, engraved into their DNA-level instincts. They thought they were back in the days of the guillotine. And the one who stepped out was the girl? Chapter 142, Collective PTSD activated. Fear etched in their DNA. 1,163 words. Marius was numb. Lisita Knight is a girl? Could she be his descendant? No, by age alone, it clearly doesn't add up. Still, many senators and even Marius couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Not seeing that familiar figure brought both disappointment and lingering dread. Thank goodness it wasn't, thank goodness it wasn't. However, just as they had begun to relax, Helena looked behind her and said, "Am I really that scary? Why are these people so afraid of me?" Even though she was in human form right now, and believed she had inherited her troublesome mother, the Queen of Carthage was an unparalleled beauty. So, her own face was without a doubt the cutest in the world. For the world's cutest and most invincible beautiful girl, what's with these people acting like they've seen a female Tyrannosaurus? Having double-checked that she hadn't accidentally entered her dragon form, Helena anxiously asked. While the majority of Helena's emotions, interests, and passions were focused on battle, the rest, especially a woman's concern for her own looks, was by no means absent. "No, you're very cute." Knight, who was one step behind Helena, spoke honestly. Even though he was extremely wary of Helena and classified her as a dangerous being. Even though he deeply felt her terrifying power and saw her as absolute violence, a big red dragon, he couldn't deny that she had a very cute face. If this were back in the Greek era. Though he had never seen Pandora or Helen, those hailed as Greece's most beautiful, among the women Knight had encountered, Helena was definitely the most beautiful. He could now somewhat understand why heroes would go mad over a woman. Past or future, it's still a face-driven world. And at this moment, having received Knight's affirmation, Helena puffed her cheeks and grumbled, "Eh? If I'm that cute, why do they look at me with such horrified expressions? Unforgivable, can I kill them all?" Helena's lips curled into a sweet, dangerous smile as she raised her dainty hand to her face, her words openly laced with killing intent, which instantly flooded the entire hall. Immediately. The senators who just now thought she was harmless couldn't even appreciate her beauty before her savage killing intent shook them to the core. Their entire bodies felt like they'd fallen into an ice cellar. It felt like a cold snake, or a bug, or a centipede, was crawling up their spine, slowly creeping toward their hearts, even into their brains. Danger. In that instant, their minds were flooded with hallucinations, like their heads were already detached from their bodies. They saw themselves lying in pieces on the ground, shattered limbs, grotesque faces frozen in terror. The hallucination stunned and silenced them. Until a man's voice came from outside the door, Knight spoke again. "Not for now. They're still somewhat useful." Helena looked at the young man beside her and spoke. "Then can I dig out their eyeballs? After all, eyes that can't appreciate true beauty don't deserve to exist, right?" The senators. Though their bodies were too frozen to move due to the bone-chilling fear, they could still hear perfectly well. F***ck. What kind of demon is this? If she can't kill them, she'll gouge out their eyeballs? Among all the senators, Marius was the first to recover. After all, he was one of Rome's most powerful men, living in a world where mythology was real. In his youth, he had personally witnessed some of Knight's might. Forcing himself to calm down, he turned toward the girl. But the moment he saw Helena's angelically beautiful face, his eyes went blank. Charm check, failed. Even Knight, the first time he met Helena, had lost consciousness for a moment. It was a natural charm that even seasoned heroes couldn't resist. In mythology or history, Marius had never shown exceptional combat strength, and now he was completely entranced. Even the killing intent behind Helena's smile didn't seem so scary to him anymore. And at that moment, Knight stepped inside as well. He grabbed Helena's little red hood and pulled it down to cover half of her bewitching face. He neither encouraged her madness nor outright rejected it. This tacit attitude told Helena all she needed to know. Can't kill, but hurting them a little is okay? Though a bit troublesome, it's not that big of a problem. That's what it meant, right? But for some reason, Helena suddenly lost interest in hurting this group. As expected? Compared to battling someone like Knight, bullying a bunch of ordinary people held no fun for her at all. Seriously. On this land favored by the 12 gods of Rome, in the heart of their glorious city, not a single decent hero left? Looking at the pale, miserable old geezers before her, Helena's verdict was, I'm not targeting anyone, but everyone here is trash. And just as Helena lost interest in this group, and Knight covered her face, Marius and the other senators finally regained consciousness. But before they could calm down, they saw Knight's face. That familiar face, barely touched by time. In that moment, the deeply buried memories in Marius and the older senators suddenly surged back to the surface. Many senators opened their mouths in horror, letting out silent screams. That look, as if they'd seen a ghost. Forget the others, even Marius, who once idolized Knight, wore a horrified expression the moment he saw him again in the flesh. Impossible. It's him, it's really him. Just when they had all convinced themselves that the past era was a fading dream, this man returned. Suddenly, countless senators present were struck as if by lightning. So, who's in favor, who's opposed? Right then, they all seemed to hear that same arrogant, rampant cold voice once again. A declaration like judgment from the sun god. Their PTSD symptoms were about to be triggered. PTSD, or post-traumatic stress disorder, refers to a psychological condition that occurs when an individual experiences, witnesses, or is confronted with events involving actual or threatened death, serious injury, or threats to one's physical integrity, which results in delayed and persistent mental distress. Generally, the incidence of PTSD varies, with women being more susceptible than men to this form of trauma. But right now, nearly all the senators who had lived through that dark era, who in front of ordinary Romans were like celestial dragons, were now like bullied little wives and frightened girls before Knight. Their minds were filled with traumatic memories of humiliation and dignity being trampled without mercy. No. At this moment, their eyes were bloodshot, filled with panic, fear, and a trace of anger. What truly terrified them was the dread that Knight might suddenly bring in a group of soldiers from behind and haul them off to the central square. No, no. Damn it, how could this man possibly have returned? Countless senators roared in fear within their hearts, their consciousness on the verge of collapse. Chapter 143, Our Journey is from Rome to Britain. 1,256 words. Right now, the senators who had personally lived through that dark age were all trying to deceive themselves, telling themselves that the man standing in front of them wasn't the one they remembered, not someone that young, at least. Maybe it really was just someone with the same name, someone else entirely? However, what happened next would shatter the senators' hopeful delusions, leaving them completely unguarded. Among the senators, perhaps only Lucius Caesar had been prepared. When he saw Knight enter, he showed no particular reaction. In fact, he was somewhat confused about why those old-timers were acting so disgracefully. Had Lysta Knight already visited these old geezers beforehand? Though Lucius Caesar belonged to the same era as Marius and the others, when Knight had been active, he had been stationed in a provincial colony, serving as a governor. He'd only heard some rumors about what had happened in the capital, never truly grasping the full story. That's why, when hearing the name Lysta Knight, Lucius Caesar didn't react strongly. On the contrary, he was more interested in the possible connection between Lysta and the Julius family, since they were both families of divine descent. At this moment, Lucius Caesar stepped forward, cleared his throat, and suddenly began to speak, attracting the eyes of the entire Senate. He launched into a lengthy, eloquent speech, which further confused the still-dazed senators, leading them into a mental maze. But when he finally revealed his true intentions, his main point was this: since Lysta Knight had returned as a noble, he ought to inherit his family's former legacy and glory. And as the man once called Rome's last hero, it would be most appropriate for him to pursue a military path. However, seeing his knight had just returned and his military aptitude was still untested, Lucius Caesar proposed that he should first be allowed to recruit a personal army for training, and that the vast heritage of the Lister family would need protection. Instantly, the other senators understood the subtext. What army recruitment? These troops clearly wouldn't be for Rome, they'd be his private army. Many of the old noble families had secret personal troops, but never dared to bring them into the open. If this absurd proposal was passed, then Listenite could openly assemble an army under Rome's nose, establishing his own private military in full daylight. Listenite, a man with nothing but an empty noble title, was about to be handed military authority the moment he re-entered Rome. The senators felt Lucius Caesar had lost his mind. Even he never received this kind of special privilege, and now he was advocating for an outsider? This was like a new hire joining a company and immediately demanding 30% of the shares, along with a private air-conditioned room, barbecue, and premium tea, while the boss personally checks in to ask if he's comfortable. Were they insane, or was Lucius Caesar insane? Rome never had a formal system for private armies. If this actually passed, then wouldn't Listenite essentially create a mini-Rome inside Rome, a nation within a nation? Even if that Lord Lista were still alive, one of the senators finally couldn't hold back and prepared to rebuke Lucius Caesar's shameless bootlicking. But just then, Knight, who had been silently watching the show ever since he entered the Grand Hall, finally opened his mouth. I think this proposal sounds pretty good, too. So, who's in favor, and who's opposed? Lord Strabo Pompey, why don't you set the example and start us off? Lucius Caesar's outrageous proposal was, of course, instructed by Knight beforehand. Although the idea went against both law and precedent, they would simply make it reasonable and rational. As long as the Senate passed it unanimously, Knight could then freely roam Rome with his personal troops. And when the time came to summon the 43 warriors like the Gracchi brothers, it would be perfectly legitimate to slot them into his army. And with that army, he would truly gain a foothold in Rome. Afterward, whether he wanted to become Rome's true ruler or venture into other mythical nations of this world, he'd be ready. Like Denmark in the Norse lands, or nearby Gaul, France, and the British Isles, none of these countries were far from Rome. Of course, when Knight said go take a look, it obviously didn't mean sightseeing. What he meant was to lead an army and conquer those lands, and become the true hegemon of the world. And on those lands were embedded the mythologies of Norse, Celtic, and Christian traditions. Since he could detect and simulate the Roman universe here in Rome, then in other regions, could the next simulation also begin from within those mythological systems? Or should he simply play the role of the shadowy capital behind the scenes, secretly controlling all of Rome, manipulating everything for his own benefit? Whichever path he chose, military power in his hands was more real than anything else. Even if one were to become a Roman consul, one could never act like an emperor in Rome. But if you held command over millions of Roman soldiers, and ordered them to press their spears against the noses of the nobles, forcing them to kneel and lick your ass, ahem toe, would they dare disobey? Of course, personal power was still a priority, but that didn't stop one from using influence to crush others. After all, if a true king had to personally act in every situation, that would be far too lowly. Look at Alexander the Great, he appeared with a noble phantasm-like heroic spirit army. Who wouldn't marvel at his imperial might? King Arthur would fall silent at the sight. Even the oldest king of Babylon would shut his mouth and, out of awe, unleash his ultimate treasure, in admiration. Knight had already planned to build a powerful personal army in Rome, but now, with the power of the 43 warriors, his desire only grew stronger. After all, who knows if the next simulation world would be something like the battlefield of the Trojan War? If he could become familiar with commanding troops in advance, it would greatly aid him in the future. And if the great feats he accomplished became legendary, maybe next time it wouldn't just be 43 heroic spirits, but an entire mythological army that he could bring out. A myth-era army, not to mention distant ones like the 300 Spartans, which weren't just made up of mortals, but often of pure-blooded heroes. If hundreds or thousands of heroes were to charge at an enemy, even slaying dragons or gods would not be impossible. Because of this, even though Knight had already grown powerful, he never underestimated the value of an army. Those Spartans with faint bloodlines of Zeus that he had previously domesticated were, in fact, preparation for building his future military force. And through them, his army could also scour the world for relics and treasures left behind from the Age of Gods. Not to mention, Knight was still in dire need of a true divine spear in the real world. He had long relied on a conceptual divine spear, but it was far too inconvenient. Ordinary spears simply couldn't endure prolonged combat. In fact, Knight was quite interested in that legendary spear that supposedly killed a Christian saint, the Spear of Longinus. And if he couldn't snatch that one, then maybe he could just head to Britannia and seize the Holy Sword in advance? If Knight remembered correctly. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Sally Fox Audiobook.